Hello, hello. We're back this week finally for some more Yeti weekly tournaments. We're going to be jumping very, very soon into the first match. We will be having Noel back with his Utrecht Watermelon deck, which I'm very excited to back. You side play, what do you think about the deck, Clem?
I think it's such a wonderful deck. Like everything about the deck is so fun. It uses so many cards that we haven't seen before. And I'm really happy that it did so well because I really want to see more of it. I like Merlin and I like the not so like traditional Merlin.
Mhm.
So I'm looking
I've
forward
been
to it.
loving Watermelon since I started playing the game. So having it one place that high was really, really fun to see.
Yeah, I'm happy. Are you excited to see more Razor Gale on stream
I
after
don't
after
mind.
Toronto?
Yeah, but the deck has changed a lot. It's what I've been playing mostly this season. It's what I won regionals on this season. It's the only deck that has been working out for me. I've had awful luck with everything else this season. My elo dropped so much in the month of December. It was horrible, but we'll get back there. We'll get back there.
Sure.
Let's see. There's
S-
always
uh,
this weird question in GA of if you want to start, especially with non-standard decks. Most of the time, yeah, you want to start, but sometimes there's these weird matchup where you want to not start, if ever, maybe. Do you think
Yeah.
Razor Gale is one of those decks?
Uh I think it depends on the matchup, right? Because I feel like going up against a deck like Knowles, you really don't want to give them the advantage of extra materialization
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you can, as it's Razor Gale, you can have both. You either can like play around both going first and going second, so you can really adapt to what your opponent's playing. And in this case, I would not be brave enough to give a Null the start. Merlin
It's true
can
that
run away with
you
it.
you have the answers to, for example, a Majestic Spirit, but you still need to find them.
Yeah.
Sometimes the luck of the draw is not with you. And Incarn has been very scary ever since Empire is a mechanic.
Yeah.
I've had an opponent once show me a Majestic Spirit on turn 3.
Yeah, so you don't want that, If you want to be there with a board presence before they have the Majestic Spirit, right? You want to kill them before that. And if they go first, they have a better chance of getting that spirit out before you. Empower, like you said, is wonderful though. I
Yeah.
I
And
I saw I
Watermelon.
forgot earlier that it's not a Pongming only mechanic, but it's for mages, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's a couple of Cleric cards too. I'll be curious to see if Xiao-Chan interacts well with Empire or not. There's not that many, but there's a couple of cards here and there that
Yeah,
gives
yeah,
some
you're right. It's I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm looking forward to seeing the Out-chan in general. I hope that she has some awesome cards that makes Terra great again.
yeah, well, they teased us with that level 3 without explaining anything about the wither counters and the flower buds. Everyone has been terrorizing ever since. We'll see, we'll see. I really hope they're good. I want another good control deck, and hopefully the Rico looks to be water since from the few images we've seen. I would love some more good water cards that are not Icebound Slams.
Yeah, yeah. It's I want more variety in water, and I feel like Null's deck perfect started us on that road to going away from
Yeah,
Icebound Slimes.
Watermelon especially has some very, very good defensive options. Coriol Sword, as you can see on screen, plays amazingly in Merlin because your level counters go so high. Is he running? He is running a single Harmonious Mantra? No, he's running two main board, one sideboard. Okay.
Yeah,
So that's also very good. So he's probably staying North, so he's not getting the card draw from Coriol Sword. It's still a
but
good card.
yeah, it also doesn't matter if you're Merlin because you go level 3 and you get the draw anyways just by existing.
I've yet
You don't need extra.
I've yet to have that bite me back, but there is one weird interaction in Water Merlin is that Coriolis Ward is a spell, so you cannot Coriolis Ward if you have a Majestic Spirit on board, since you have Spell Shroud, so you can't target your champion. Yeah, but if
True.
there's a lot of good lines, but sometimes you feel very safe if you have a majestic spirit on board. But if they smoke bomb it or something, they can go right through. And maybe damage is not that important, but there's that one damage from say a
Yeah.
ravishing finale that will null you out.
Yeah.
The game is officially starting. We get the Razor Gale turn one. Always good to see as the Razor Gale player.
Yeah, it's the approach you want to see. Both players realize that the clock has started ticking as they were still shuffling. So probably Noel just said, yeah, go ahead. Because this matchup can either be very fast or very long.
Yeah. And webcam games always take just a little longer. You clarify with your opponent what card he's playing because you're not seeing it right, or so webcam games just go to time a little more than usual.
Yep. I believe Noel glimpsed 4 cards to the bottom, kept 2, and also started with a very good opener with that mnemonic
Yeah,
charm turn
the
1.
the mage cake as it is known.
The mage cake, yep.
I'll be
He's
curious to see if the new ranger cake, the focusing round, will be
the
played or not.
ranger cake. Yeah, I'm really hoping. I was really hoping to see more ranger decks uh with everything coming out, but it's a bit unfortunate that it hasn't
Yeah,
happened yet. But I have hopes for HVN, or if not HVN, then the sets
maybe that's
afterwards.
at afters. We'll see.
Yeah,
Abyssal Heaven will be focused on cleric and tamer, so we'll have to wait for that little bit of extra ranger and guardian support in the future, hopefully.
yeah.
So
But
we
it,
have
like
the
there are some
yes.
rogue decks still, like Brightwings,
Yes,
Polthog
the
deck.
aggro Potok. Yes, I saw that. A second Razor Guild. That is a
That's
very, very
crazy.
scary start. Also, the water bubble means that he doesn't have a Ardent Cloud Striker in hand. That's pretty much the only time you want to rush your level up as Razor Gale. It's when you have the Cloud Striker in hand and you want to start swinging for 6 every turn.
Yeah, yeah. He's going for a more spell based kill here. No
So this is not,
leveling up to Kong Ming.
yes, not exactly a mirror matchup. We'll have the Kongming for both player at level 1. He banishes a very fancy Scry Disguise for that level up.
Yep. Paying from memory. It's always the risk with Mnemonic Charm and leveling up from memory is that you draw a card that you really want, and then you lose it for the level up. So the risk is
Yeah.
a bit scary. But I guess that's also why you assess it and you don't level up if you're not forced to, if you get
Yeah,
a card
exactly.
into memory that you
You can
really
always
want.
take a turn off, go back up charger. Taking a turn off is maybe not the best idea against Razor Gale, but we'll see. And Razor Gale also level up. Uh, Indolent Leisure is an interesting pick. Not every Razor Gale deck runs it. Some do. It means you have to run a Source of Empire to go with it. Probably the Mnemonic Charm. That tells me he's probably not on the slime package because there's only so many cards you can fit in the deck that draws you card instead of being wind.
But I looking at his deck, he seems to also have the slime package in
Ooh,
here.
so he's probably skipping out on defensive measures of some kind. Let's look at the deck list a little bit.
Mm, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
he's going a little lower on a couple of cards here and there. He's just trimming a bit to have room for the Indolent Glacier, which is a decision. It's good against some matchup, bad against some others. It's greeding a little bit. Sometimes greed is good. It's what wins you games, right?
yeah. But
There's
it
another.
seems that he just leveled up and passed. I wonder what he's keeping up in hand.
I mean, he probably has at least a couple of Bagwas of Cardinal Fates in hand, and he just wants to start using those. That's why he needed the going west. There's a sneak
Yeah.
buff with running the mantras in Watermelon, and that means you stay north with your shifting current. It's very rough when you just forget to move your wind after going to, well, just you level 1, you only have one opportunity to move your wind. Because after that, you level up, and moving Shifting Current is actually Kongming bonus.
Yep.
So if you forget, your wind is stuck north. But in that deck, it's not a problem. That's what you want. But I've actually forgotten to move the Shifting Current a couple of times.
Oh no. It feels so bad and you realize, oh no, I forgot to like shift the currents because you don't have to. It's not
Yeah.
forced.
Sometimes I delayed my level up just so I had another turn to move the current too. Scry Disguise will look at 3 cards since the Merlin has that extra level counter.
Yeah, it was good. Noel played the Rising Tides at the end of Matthew's turn. Got the value off of it with the mnemonic charm. Oh, there's the Bagua.
Yeah, might see more than one, or his hand is really bad. We'll see how that goes. Null has also glimpsed a lot to the bottom with Discry Disguise, so he's probably digging for something very specific. What do you really want in this? I guess the Harmonious Mantras are the best tool you have against Razor Gill.
Yeah, but it also if you have your Majestic Spirit out, it halves the 1 damage, which just
It
makes it 0.
it
So
does have the one damage.
they can't they can't really do anything. Even and then it gives spell shot to your champion as well. So like
Let's see how
it's
many
kind of shuts off
answers
the deck.
to Majestic Spirit the Matthews deck has, because some decks mainboard, for example, the Dream Fairy, some deck go without. There's 2 Zephyrs on the main board. There is you can always Tempest Downfall is a lot, but that ends up removing most of your power. No Dream Fairy in the main board, so for this game 1, the Majestic Spirit will be very hard to interact with from Razor Gill.
Yeah, it's also if Matthew forgets that so Razor Gill is not an optional trigger. You have to target a valid champion or like a very target with it. So any answer that he plays that's wind before the Majestic Spirit goes away, he still has to take damage off of it.
Yes, you have to be
Off of
very
the Razor
careful
Gills.
with your HP there. But since his deck is very low on answer already, yes, the Majestic Spirit would be quite scary.
Yeah, because
There's
yeah,
no
even if he does have the Zephyrs, he has to kill the turn he Zephyrs the Majestic Spirit, which is quite scary.
He also doesn't seem to be running. I know some decks go, for example, for dematerialize, which I don't see either. Not even in the sideboard. It's very good for some things, like for example the Vapor Jet Shield that Nico could be running. That's also a very good counter to Razor Gale. Noel is playing it slow, getting the Tome of Sorcery out. He is level 2, so that cycles itself, and it allows you to empower. Is the Empower going at anything in particular? I don't think he's running. Is he running Nascent Blast? He's running Cone
I
of Frost, which will help a bit. I don't see a Nascent Blast,
I
so
don't believe yeah.
it's just for cycling. He's taking a turn off. He doesn't like his leveling options. Maybe he's going for Dungeon
Oh,
Guy though.
there's the dungeon guide. Yeah, it's a pretty good turn. It's like Tome
Yeah,
Sorcery into dungeon guide
he
is a
still
great
has a lot
play.
of cards in hand for going to level 3. Eating Bagua just to prevent that little bit of recycling the cyclical breezes from the Razor Gale.
Yeah. Uh,
A Dungeon Guide and the Frostbind.
yeah, that
Frostbind,
is the frostbite's quite a bit unfortunate, but the dungeon guide is exactly what he wants to see
it's
gone
not
here.
the oh, and recycling the
Oh,
Tome of Sorcery, that is good. Tome of Sorcery in Merlins that run Kongming is basically the same thing as Drownblade. It's a one cost that draws you a card that feels really good to recycle with Ghost of Pendragon.
Ghost of Pendragon is still such a powerful card. always, it always feels good to play in.
Very, very good. We see the Viridian Trinket from the Razor Gale deck means no interaction this turn from Noel. At least no water one. Only 3 cards left in hand. But even then, I feel like as Razor Gale, you're not that scared of Frostbind, right? Because you always have so many cards in hand. Paying 2 extra is not the end of the world.
Yeah, and the Razor Gale's like trigger on activation, so it's not really a worry either if some of your cards get negated.
Yeah,
You don't
exactly. And
care
that's
about
why
it that
some versions of Razor Gale have tested out Camelot, the old unique domain.
Oh, that is spicy. The
It is
Camelot, but the turbocharge is also good. But
Turbocharge is always very, very good. But yeah, Camelot is a bit slow for most deck, but when you can get it to stick out, it's very spicy. It allows you to negate any win card you play to instead suppress an ally. And in Razor Gale, that's pretty good. You can use it defensively, but you can also use it on, say, your baby Grey Slime to draw some extra cards.
true. Oh, there's the windmill.
Speaking of good cards and drawing cards, I feel like
Hmm.
Windmill Engineer will be a staple for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's such a good card in wind with it. Even in allies packages, you just love to see it.
But still, Matthew is not putting out damage very fast for now, so it's giving a lot of time to Noel to get some value out. And
Yeah,
that value in
he's
Merlin stacks up very, very quickly. He's probably going back with Tome of Sorcery, so he could. Let's see, he'll be level 5, 6 when in power. He could play Incarnate Majesty this turn if he wants to, if he has it in hand. We see
true. Ooh,
Nullifying in turn.
nullifying. Maybe he
So
has some answers to the Razor Gill callings there.
yeah,
Something
and
cyclical to bring him
Lantern
back.
means you're scared of those suppress something and go for Tempest Downfall lines. Or 6 even with the Cyclical Breezes.
Yeah. Oh, it takes out the windmill engineer. No chance of reclaiming that. He just goes to face with the Pendragon.
Yeah, and the other thing scary about the playing the Razor Guild deck is you're stuck at level 1. Damage stacks up very fast, and sometimes you don't have the ways of dealing with that. You can heal a bit if you see your 3 visits. You can play Interceptors. But 19 HP is still 19 HP. It's really not a lot.
Yeah, it's quite scary, especially when your opponent is almost is just on 28 life
It's
and
a big
has
gap
these
to
3,
close.
4, 4, 10 allies just swinging at you every turn.
So the other thing special with Noel's deck is the famous Spirit Blessing Eventide Spear combo. So you can always get the spear out if the opponent has 2 tapped units, 2 rested units, and so you use it with Spirit's Blessing. Spirit's Blessing has a cost of returning a Regalia to your material deck to untap your champion, and so you can attack again. It
Yeah,
combos well with the Majestic Spirit's Crest. You can give a weapon on hit, draw a card, and if you end up hitting multiple times a turn, it's very good.
yeah.
And it
It's
aims for those big burst turns. Also works really well with Ghost of Pendragon. So sometimes there's that idea that you don't want to kill the Windmill Engineer
yeah. But
because you
I feel
want
like
those rested units.
yeah. I do feel like that it's unlike like Kong Mink will never really have, or at least in this match specifically, there weren't no allies really shown, or like nothing really came out. So
Not
the
yet, but
versatility of Noel's deck is that he can go for other lines, just normal beatdown without having to do any shenanigans to attack multiple times a turn.
yeah,
That's why
exactly.
it's such a good.
Ghost of Pendragon beatdown is always a good plan. So is Frostborn Paladin. Sometimes
Yeah,
you don't even need to level up in Merlin. You just play your paladins and swing at face.
yeah, yeah. It's pretty powerful, especially with Empower and then Cone of Frost for 6 if you have enough Empower
That is
cards.
Oh, that took me a second to recognize. That's the SP2 Mind Freeze, which will
Yeah,
be banishing 5 cards from Matthew's memory. Makes for a very small turn. Next turn. Scatter
Yeah.
Essence, Unbroken Mustang. The Mustang is alright, but there's no Cyclical Breeze, so you're not getting that much value from killing the Lantern. Only a
Yeah.
single Tempest Downfall is not yet scary either. So for now,
Especially with how much damage Null is representing. It's the one Tempest Downfall is probably not what Matthew's looking for here. It's like that's why he probably doesn't mind it too much.
yeah, that's why we
Ooh,
see the Tariff Ring to try and slow down the game a little bit, try to get a turn to get back into the game.
yeah, such a beautiful Rivelfest hair ring as well.
Very, very nice, yes. I wonder if that's the only time we'll see it, or if it's going to be coming back for future Rebel Fest, or if they'll print another card for that.
Let's see. I the promo is very nice. The art in it is amazing. So I hope
Yeah.
they bring it back.
And then we see just a pass from Matthew. So probably keeping defensive answers in hand, maybe a Veiling Breeze
Yeah, it's
again.
also not much you can do with such a low influence there. Kinda forced
Still
to
has,
pass.
what
Oh,
was it,
there's the
3
Veiling
cards in
Breeze
hand?
though.
There you go, Veiling Breeze again. 2 more damage. The other thing with the Lantern on board means you can't Cyclical Breeze your Veiling Breezes, so you have...
Yeah,
You can't try and grind the game out.
very
On
true.
5, just respecting the potential of a sudden steal in hand.
Mm. Ooh, the Scatter Essence is like very unfortunate to have in hand in this matchup because there's
Yeah, this is not the matchup for them. You need to run that main board, given the current meta. It's required. You need to respect those decks,
yeah,
either the
yeah,
mirror match or the
absolutely.
water mill deck, where it's very, very good also.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's probably the card you start sideboarding very fast.
yeah. Ooh, no, going for the Incarnate Majesty. Basically, the match is. I feel like this game is over with the Incarnate
It
Majesty out
is
because
probably
not
decided.
much you can do.
We haven't seen an answer in Matthew's hand for now, so it's looking like it's probably over.
Yeah, yeah.
Might
And back
might grind
going back
out
to
a turn or
Scatter
two more,
Essences.
but yes.
Yeah. Uh, the one time it may be useful is if you Unbroken Mustang targeting the lantern and in response they fracturize, and then you can Scatter Essence it to get rid of it. But
Yeah, there is
there's still a lot of
some
resources
value. There is some
invested.
value there, but yeah, it's if you're doing those line, the game is probably over already.
Yeah, yeah, it's quite a bit of investment.
Sometimes it's good to think about fringe cases, but sometimes the best decision you can do in those kind of times is just cutting your losses, saying you probably lose that game anyway, and go to game 2 and hope for better draws.
Yeah, yeah.
Speaking of trying
Matthew
to find your
thinking.
option, there's a lot of thinking
Yeah,
there on Matthew's part,
okay. Trying
trying
to
to see
figure
if
out
there's a way to get out of this.
if there's even anything he can do about it.
I mean, he's probably holding a Zephyr in hand, right? So he's just trying to see if there's any possibility he's going to find a kill turn somehow.
Yeah, but if he, no matter what he uses here, he will still take damage from it.
Yes, he will
And
take that
then
2 damage from his own Razor Gales because he has to target his own champion. But he
yeah,
has Veiling Breeze this turn, so he's not taking that damage if he, for example, Zephyrs in the end step. And the Incarnate will not come back until the end of the start of the next end step.
yeah. So if he Zephyrs right now, he'll take 2 damage. Then pass back to Null. On Null's turn, he can do whatever, and then hopefully at fast speed kill Null before the for the majestic spirit comes by.
That is probably the plan. I'm just don't know if he has the cards in hand for it. He keeps putting the same cards down. Obviously, they're useless cards. There's no use not putting them down. I guess there's
Yeah,
a point in maybe keeping this lifelink trap in hand sometimes to stifle a Ghost of Pendragon. That can be good if you want to deny a resource to your opponent. Probably not, right?
yeah.
So he did not go for Zephyr. We'll see. what happens now? It's pretty much the last turn he can do something, right? The Tariff Ring
Yeah.
is not impeding Noel too much. Merlin has so many cards that you don't care about paying the 2.
And even in this case, that he can just not do much the turn that the Terrafring is popped, or just develop his own board.
Yeah. We do see the Zephyr on the Incarnate Majesty. Take 2 self damage. That is the second Tempest Downfall, right? That he just drew? I think that he slightly flipped over there. So that
I believe so.
is 6, 10 damage. He needs to find 8 more. Can you find 8 more damage with the cards he has in hand?
Yeah,
That's always the thing with Razor Gill, you know, it has very scary burst potential.
yeah, and we're still before recollection here, and so Razor Guild Tempest Downfall is 0 cost here because
Because
he
an
did
ally has been
suppress an
suppressed,
ally.
yes.
Yeah.
And the second one. So that is 3/3 and then 2/2 from the Razor Gills. That is 10 damage. We need to find 8 more. What can we find?
There's a
Easy.
lot of cards, a
He's
lot of
looking at
math
thing 3
happening.
twice. If you had more, you could always scatter essence your own Razor Gills. They do still proc before it resolves. So
That
that is
is
like,
true.
scatter essence is not dead in hand. It's bad, but it's always an option you have if you need to find extra 2 damage. So there's 2 from Veiling Breeze. You need to cast 3 more spells. What do we have? Slime
Slime
Shield,
Shield.
Stifling Trap.
Trap. That's game. That
That will
is
be you. Yeah,
so funny. That all of these defensive cards are being turned into offensive cards just because the Razor Gills are out.
yeah. It's always fun just trying to find how many spells you can play on a turn because you're not looking for any effect. You're just looking to cast those win spells.
Yeah, yeah. It is. This is the power of Razor Gill, I guess, because it turns the game around so fast. Before recollection, oh, you have an answer. Oh, it's gone now. Let me just take you out with all of these cards that are meant to defend me, but coincidentally with the Razor Gills, it just takes you out.
Yeah, and Noel just did not have the answers in hand to deal with that.
Yep.
It's also you need to keep in mind that even if Razor Yell does not have lethal in hand for now, they can always find it. You can just chain a Fairy Whispers into digging for another Fairy Whispers into digging for another Fairy Whispers, starting with
Yep.
pretty much nothing in hand and just finding that lethal through those dig spells.
Yeah. Yeah. It's everything is value and everything is damage. There's no escape.
And yes, indeed, that was 18 damage through a Majestic Spirit.
Yeah. Sacrificed a bit of his own life to take out the spirit, the majestic spirit, and Noel himself. That was also very lucky first few turns for Matthew. Like turn 1 Razor Gale, turn 2 Razor Gale, and then from that point on, anything he activated was just damage.
Yeah, double Razor Gale is indeed what you want to see at the start. Because that means you can start applying pressure very early. Even if you only
Yeah,
cast one spell a turn, 2 damage a turn that can't really be interacted with is still kind of scary.
yeah, yeah. Do you want to talk about sideboards a bit?
Sure, let's look at those sideboards. So we know we want to remove the Scatter Essence from the Razor Gale deck because they're probably not very useful. The Ardent Cloud Striker probably comes in
Yeah,
because it helps push a lot of damage. Merlin doesn't necessarily have the answers for it. Dream Fairy goes in because you're scared of Incarnate Majesty. The extra Zephyr, the Verdigris Decree are extra chances at suppressing stuff, I suppose.
yeah. I,
Otherwise,
I
Nile is not running fireballs, so the interfaith agility is not that good.
yeah. This is not the deck.
Stifling Trap, I don't think usually um Razor Gale will not care about you leveling up with Dungeon Guide. I don't think Stifling Dungeon Guide is this matchup is that relevant. Unless you really have that kill turn. Maybe you had a quick 2 Ardent Cloud Striker start and you're pushing that damage very fast. But usually, you're not looking to Stifling Trap that Dungeon Guide. You prefer to just keep a bigger influence and just kill the turn later.
Yeah, yeah. I really don't think that it's needed enough that you would sacrifice the consistency of the deck for it.
Meanwhile, from Null's part, let's see what we have. Obviously, we're bringing the Dust-like Communions in to deal with Razorgale.
Yeah. Uh Maybe even the harmonious mantra too.
Yeah, the extra Harmonious Mantra helps a lot. Maybe the Mind Freeze? What do we remove from the deck? Free Stiff, right? Probably. The
Yeah,
only
it's
thing you're really
this
scared of
doesn't
is
do
Ardent
much.
Cloud Striker.
Yeah.
Um, do you remove the Spirit's Blessing?
I think it's probably the best
Because
choice.
you're not
It's like
expecting the Razorgale to have two rested units?
yeah, yeah. Like if you can maybe keep in the free stiff, just like you mentioned for the Ardent Cloud Striker, just in case, like to protect yourself. But take out the Spirit's Blessings, because if they don't have it, Spirit's Blessing is absolutely useless. Whilst free stiff can still be used for
You have Crux Sight in the sideboard, and usually this kind of non-interactive matchup is the kind of place where you'd want to bring them in because
yeah,
it's some extra value you can get late game. But since you're probably getting Lantern out to counter those cyclical breezes, you're probably not using the Crux Sight.
yeah. It's probably not using Cruxite is safer because you almost always want to have the nullifying out to stop the cyclical breezes. There's the Razor Guild third one for Matthew again.
Yes, indeed. We'll see if the rest of the hand is as lucky as that.
Yeah. Oh, Noel just went for the backup charger, activated it, and passed the turn.
Yeah,
Matthew
very slow
doing the
start, but
same.
sometimes fine. Indeed, backup charger on both parts. The nice gentleman's agreement. You just start slow, except Razorgale turn one is not that slow.
Yeah, yeah. The Razor Guild turn one immediately makes everything you activate into even more value. Basically, because he doesn't really play norm cards other than he does play a couple, but not enough where I would say the majority of his deck doesn't gain an extra line of text of
Yeah,
when you
most of it
activate
is
this card deal one
that.
damage.
So we will be showing two slimes to the baby gray, and we know there's a second baby gray coming. There's probably some interaction in hand too to just bring it back if it ever gets attacked. Not that there's much to threaten it in the Merlin's early game.
Yeah, Merlin is also not really an ally heavy deck, even with Pendragons and Majestic Spirit. It's more spell based.
Yep. So we cast Scry Skies, just drawing a card into memory, trying to get to that level up. There is the Hide and Spellcraft that will be probably eaten as soon as we go to Merlin. We see
Yep.
the Ventus on Matthew's side. Very good stacking value card, especially with the baby gray. It allows you to both intercept and attack and draw an extra card since you suppress it. The baby gray lives, it comes back. It did not see play game one, but it's a great value engine. Kind of scary to put it out this early because, Merlin probably has a Fracturize hiding somewhere in hand, but
It's still
it's
pretty
worth the risk.
solid. Yeah. And it's you mentioned that we didn't see it in game one and at all. I think it's really also depends on the kind of hand he has because he had two Razor Gals, so he didn't really need to suppress anything or like get the drop of the baby gray. But here he's happy to have a consistent baby gray entering the field, especially with two slime shields in hand.
It's also a consistent way of it's a way in your material deck to always have a suppress if you need to get into those those Tempest Downfall turns, and you're just not drawing a Zephyr.
Yeah, yeah.
We
Speaking
are
of
playing.
second baby gray, there it
Yeah,
is.
and now that we drew the second Slime Shield off of the Fairy Whispers, we can afford to cast this. Slime Shield
Yeah.
and Slime Shield. He's keeping one in hand.
Oh, just in case to protect and grow the baby gray.
Yeah, that's one of those matchup where honestly you could consider just playing it and trying to go on the offensive with the 2/2 baby gray.
Yeah.
It's probably
Ooh,
not
no
the right
losing.
mana, but it's fun to consider.
Yeah, you can. Slap Shield is a funny card because you really can use it offensively. It's just not something you really think about.
Yeah, we do eat the Hide and Spellcraft for the level up, crack the Spirit Fragment and draw a card.
I believe No lost a Dungeon Guide and an Incarnate Majesty for level up. Wasn't I'm not sure about the second card. It just the corner of it looked like a Dungeon Guide.
I'm not sure. I definitely see the Incarnate Majesty, which means he probably has the second one in hand. In this matchup, it's not the kind of thing you just discard.
Yeah, it's not something you throw away without a second thought. I do believe I saw the corner of a Dungeon Guide in Null's hand as well, so I wouldn't be too surprised if that was what he lost.
Looks like he's considering passing. I guess if you have a dungeon guide, why would you not do it? I guess you're scared of Stifling Trap?
Hmm. Oh,
And we go
no,
for it.
there is the
We go
Dungeon
for it.
Guide.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he didn't pass. His hand movements were indicating that he was doing a lot of math there.
Yeah. We see
Playing
no Stifling Trap.
probably they're gone.
Coriolis
There's
Ward and Harmonious Mentor. That's a lot of defense going down
yeah,
for
it's
now.
scary
We start
to say the
chipping as
least.
those at those baby grays. Let's see if they're going to be protected.
Hmm.
If you have it, is Zephyr better than Slime Shield? Because Zephyr is better offensively because you can get rid of the Majestic Spirit, but Slime Shield can protect your face also and buy you an extra turn that way. So, oh, we see the
Oh,
reclaim, right?
Reclaim is even better
Perfect.
than either of those because you just get the value off of the baby gray again.
Yeah, and Null has just leveled up, so you know it's safe and it's not going to get eaten.
Yeah, yeah, and letting the second baby gray stay alive allows Null to bring out the Eventide Spear for basically free because he doesn't have to use a materialization to get in. And then
Indeed, indeed. Now that the spirit is also tapped, also rested. But they do come back here since the Tree Visits was cast at the end step. We
yeah,
level up.
but if Matthew forgets about Eventide Spear and attacks with two baby grays or plays 3 visits at the wrong time, it
I
could
think
be
I
bad
think
news.
you start holding the baby grays back, maybe. Although you are still on zero damage, so maybe you can afford to swing with them. It really
Yeah,
depends what he has in hand. I think I see a second reclaim.
that would be wonderful news for Matthew. That is exactly what you want with two baby grays and two slime shields.
And two is really the perfect number. More than that, you start preferring other options because you only have two cards in your material deck that cost something. So you lose that floating memory value.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, that's a second Razor Gill.
well, the
That will
power of
start
Razor
to be
Gill.
very scary soon.
Yep.
So the swing, the end turn, moving the shifting current. So your Bagwas are on, your Ardent Cloud Strikers are on. I did not see an Ardent Cloud Striker in hand, or any norm cards for that matter.
It's just good news if you have two Razor Gills on board. Because you can just start playing them and dealing damage.
Yeah, and you also have the Tree Visit online since you leveled up. You can cast it twice more.
Yeah. With class bonus is very important.
How many turns? There's still one card down from Null. He might be going into Tome of Sorcery since it's a card he probably wants to discard anyway. He put it down for Dungeon Guide, so it's not that bad to lose, right? So Tome of
Yeah, the
Sorcery might be
gamble.
it.
Just to cycle that, get a better card. Draw one for Merlin, another one for turn. Your influence is back up to what, 6? Pretty good.
2, 6, yeah.
Think thinking about it.
Oh,
Ooh.
Alcahest. So we're looking to destroy Ventus, which is a
Ventus is very scary here.
very reasonable play.
Yeah. Each Tempest Downfall is hitting for 5 damage total, which is very, very scary if Matthew can just play them for free.
All right, we'll get some value out of it before it gets destroyed. So we cast the bad guy right now to get the extra counter, so we're able to probably suppress the baby gray, draw the extra card that way.
Yeah.
The sad thing about Bagua compared to Fairy Whispers is that we as casters don't get to see what he draws on
Yeah.
top.
Yeah, it's less information for both us and the opponent.
So we do suppress the baby gray. We'll get that card draw end of turn. The scepter is destroyed.
Yeah, you're right. The baby gray. He's going away for a bit.
He also did not replay the second one, so he does not want to waste card protecting it, because you know you can protect one with Ventus. You don't want to maybe lose a Slime Shield on the other one, so he probably does not have another reclaim.
Yeah, and it did seem like the correct play with Ventus being gone as well from the Alcahest there. Oh,
Oh, Mind Freeze
Mind
again.
Freeze again?
5 is a relatively small one. Still really impairs your turn. Let's see what was in there.
Yeah.
Indolent, Slime Shield, the Windmill, the Baby Gray, and I'm not sure what was under the Indolent. It's that seems to be an Ardent Cloud Striker. That is kind of bad to lose. 6
Yeah.
damage less on your next turn.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty unfortunate there, because he would have been able to play it with the baby gray on enter again next turn and
But
get
at
a lot of
least
value off of it.
as the Razor Gale, you can say at least that's purely a stalling play. You know, Merlin did not do anything of their turn.
Yep. It's Matthew's influence is so big that it doesn't even seem like that big of a detriment losing 5 cards.
Yeah, you can still play 2 more cards next turn.
Yeah.
Still thinking about that
Against
revisit. I think he's going to be
yeah.
putting both on top.
Oh,
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 interesting.
he
It
is.
it it looked from his mannerism like he was looking at putting Noah at the bottom, but he seems he kept both.
He seems to like those cards. With the Balgua, he also kept 2 cards on top, so it could have been that those are the same 2 cards,
Yep,
I believe,
sometimes
and then
the mind freeze can change your mind. So we're drawing more cards.
True.
Fairy Whispers, more damage.
Slowly adding up.
Not that slowly, honestly.
No, that's not true. With two Razor Gales on board,
Let's
that
see
is
what we get
definitely
with
not
that.
slow. Oh, 2 on top
One
again.
one on bottom. Bagua. That's
Bagua.
gonna be cast right there.
Thing. Yep, there's the Bagua.
2 more damage.
More glimpsing.
Oh, one of those cards goes to the bottom. One of the newest card, the one that he didn't know before, goes right on top. And that's another
Yep.
that's another Fairy
That's
Whispers.
a fair.
Exactly the loop I mentioned at the end of last game. You just dig
Yep.
for more digging, for more digging, for more digging, and you just dealt 10 damage that way out of nowhere.
Yeah, even with a mind freeze, losing 5 cards. Oh,
Oh, and the
there's a Tempest
Tempest
Downfall.
Downfall.
Oh, that's a lot.
That is a lot. If he has a Zephyr in hand. Can he find lethal this turn? Probably not.
Yeah.
Maybe next turn. Next turn, definitely. This turn will be rough, probably.
Yeah.
You swing 1. Tempest Downfall is 5. If you Cyclical Breeze, that's 5 more. 7
Tempest
more. I
Downfall is
if
5.
do you have enough cards? Zephyr, Cyclical,
It's
Tempest. He needs 6 cards in hand. Does he have 6? I think he's got 6. He could have lethal right now, I think. Because Null is hands down.
hmm. That's
It
true.
seems he just passed turn. We'll see what Null tries to get out.
If
What do
Null
you
gets the Majestic Spirit out here and Matthew doesn't have a Dream Fairy or a Zephyr to answer it can be quite unbad. Quite
is
unfortunate for him.
is Null running Safeguard Amulet? Probably, right? He is not? Not running
No,
Safeguard Amulet. So
he's looking
Nullifying
to kill
Lantern?
before. He's
Nullifying
looking to
Lantern
kill
is
before
your best.
anything.
Yeah, it is the best defensive choice you can get. Is that swinging at Baby Gray? That is preventing 1 damage. Yeah, since Matthew is still at 0, there's no use pushing for damage. You're probably not racing in any way. So you just try to mitigate as much damage as you can. Try to find a way to land Majestic Spirit. Maybe with
Yeah,
like a Frostbite in hand to try and protect it against some interaction. But it's
but
starting to
it's
get very precarious.
there's the 3 visits.
Oh yeah, there was the 3
Another
visits. That was 2 more damage.
yeah. This the 2 more damage and even if there was any damage on Matthew, it doesn't matter. It's all gone. The 3 visits is very consistent at recovering. There is the 3 visits back into the deck as well.
I wonder how much protection Null has in hand. A Harmonious Mantra would ruin all of Matthew's plan right now. That is 9
Well,
healing? But the Cloud
hmm.
Striker will also be
Yep.
back since he got it back from the Mind Freeze. So that is 6
Yeah.
damage there, if he so desires.
And if Matthew has any cards to play before Recollection, that could be enough.
That's the kind of board state where you start considering Slime Shield on your own face for no protection, just so you get that extra 2 damage out of it.
Yep.
Because you know you
But
can
Null
push
does
for
also
lethal.
have a lot of cards in hand. So
He's at 6, I think. He was 5 down because of Mind Freeze and drew for turn. Yeah, he should be at 6.
yeah. It is enough to have a response, but might not be enough to
Healing
protect
Mantra is
him.
probably the better thing because there is the Verdant Trinket on the board, so those water defensive options aren't that useful right now. You can't really stack them. You can't, for example, Healing Mantra and Coriolis Ward,
Yeah. Yeah.
so your options are limited.
Because Coral the Verdant trinket is
Some more thinking in the Recollect. He probably is really considering those Slime Shields because you could just play them right now for 2 damage. I
yeah.
think I would. I think I would.
He might be thinking. I'm not sure. He didn't play the other baby gray yet, still, right? So maybe he might be
Does have an
thinking.
extra baby gray. I think it's a bit late in the game for those kinds of value plays. You don't care about playing
Mm,
neutral cards, card advantage neutral cards.
that's true.
You want to try and push for that little bit of damage that's remaining.
Yeah, there's the mantra. Matthew responding to the mantra with a Tempest Downfall for 5.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. No
So we'll
saying.
be taking 5 healing 9, so that's net. Oh, Coriolis Ward to
Oh,
block the damage.
Coral's Ward. Yeah, because the Viridian
Uh,
Protected Trinket is still on the stack.
yeah, okay, that's where we stopped.
So he prevented 1 plus 6, 7 damage.
Yes, so
Which
there's 2
is,
protection left. One spell cast, essentially.
yep.
And we do heal for 9.
Back down to 10 damage. Matthew having to deal 18.
Well, 20 since there's still the 2 protection from Coriolis.
True.
But that did cost 2 cards from Null, so he has a very small hand size. I think you just Cloud Striker and push damage slowly.
Yeah, it's the Cloud Striker guarantees that you have damage.
Oh,
Oh, one, two.
he windmill.
Yeah, it looks like an imbued manager. 2
That
Razor Gale
clears,
triggers.
that clears the ward, draw a card. Well, if he goes for the value play, he's probably playing the slime again.
Yeah. The slime is not too bad here because it still refunds itself. 2
Yeah,
slime shields
exactly.
already revealed, so
2
there
down, baby
it
gray.
is. Yeah.
Trying to find those other Tempest downfalls probably.
Yeah, and
They're the best choice.
guaranteed guaranteed kill turn next turn, get the value.
Does he? I think he has enough cards in hand to play Cloud Striker if he wants to. But he
But
seems to
he
be
did not.
passing. Okay. What are you scared of? What kind of cards are you holding up if you're passing with like 6 in hand?
You want to do Fairy Whispers, 3 visits, and other things. Like 3 visits you would want to do on your opponent's end step.
Yeah.
Fairy Whispers on your own pre-recollection.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Recollect
hi.
Titan Spellcraft. That means we're saying an Incarnate Majesty probably.
Yeah,
Level
which
7, 10, so 11 with the Tome of Sorcery, so that will cost 1 card.
yeah. Uh, Matthew is probably has a Dream Fairy or Zephyr or some kind of an answer to a Majestic Spirit out here because
Yeah, after so much
it's
digging with the Fairy Whispers in the bag, well, you have to find something, right?
yeah, and there's no way that Null will not play it.
Oh, we start with
Ooh,
the Ghost first.
Ghost. Empowering, so that his next spell will keep the +1 level bonus.
We will try and kill the Baby Gray. That
Yeah, it's
does.
gone. It brought its value back, stopped the damage, drew a card.
Is that going face? That is going face. So we
Yeah.
will slowly start to push damage and see if we can find enough protection. Does the Mnemonic Charm? What else is in that hand? We got barely at lamps. Incarnate
Definitely an Incarnate
Majesty.
Majesty.
How many answers can Matthew find? How many more Incarnate Majesty does Noel have is the question, because some of those answers
Yeah,
are temporary. Zephyr Majestic Spirit comes back. If you Dream Fairy, you need to find another Incarnate Majesty to get it back.
yeah, absolutely. It's a bit scary. There, it's No's end of turn, bigger triggers, and the Majestic Spirit wakes up. 3 cards in hand, so he can't have any water-based answers this turn.
And he can't Mantra either. I don't think there's much you can do for 3
Yeah,
cards.
yeah. It's his options are very, very limited. Matthew going for
Terraframe
Terrafring.
turn.
It is a lot more value in this situation than it was before. Although Null can still technically attack with everything if he wants to.
Yeah, though there's not much reason swinging with the Dungeon Guide, right? 1 damage is probably not
Yeah,
worth 2 cards.
yeah.
Cloud
Well, there is
Striker
the
is
Cloud Striker.
very late, right?
Yeah,
It's killing the Dungeon Guide. That is an option, I suppose.
it's taking out the allies on board, making sure that Null can't attack with everything. Slowly chip in for the damage.
It still feels like,
There's
yeah, it's. Let's see how Noel responds to that. Do you? Yeah, have to kill the Cloud Striker, right? You don't
yeah,
just push damage phase, or do you? I guess you're starting to think that at some point Matthew will find the answer he needs. You know, like Zephyr and do 3 Tempest Downfalls. So maybe pushing damage phase is better, right? The Cloud Striker is not that scary. It can't kill the Majestic Spirit. So maybe you start just pushing face.
Yeah, on its own, it's kind of useless, and any wind card Matthew plays is just helping you.
Okay, so we do kill the Cloud Striker.
It is gone for good.
What else will we see played? Scry Skies looking for probably more defensive measures. That is a very big Scry Skies. We're level 8.
8. Yeah.
We're not
So,
using a Tome of Sorcery on that, so there's probably something else in hand that
or maybe
is
Noel is digging for something that, you know, he's
yeah, it's
looking
better
to
to
get
keep
the.
the Tome for the healing match. Oh, I see a Sudden Steel and Incarnate Majesty, and something else that he's keeping on top.
Eh, Interesting that he keeps the Incarnate Majesty on top. So he's definitely afraid and keeping a Dream Fairy in mind here.
Yeah, it's definitely required. You don't want to lose because you greeted out and decided that yeah, he doesn't have the answer, right? So you want to keep
Yeah.
it on top. The problem is
Yeah.
sometimes you'll lose before you're able to cast that second Incarnate Majesty.
Yeah. Like last game when it
Exactly
was
like last game.
Zephyr. Yeah. It's 2 damage is a small price to pay for winning the game.
The other thing the players have to start thinking about here is the clock. At some point,
Yeah.
they'll run out of time. So if no wins here, clearly they don't have time for a game 3. That will be a tie. But
Yeah.
there's probably time to finish this one. Probably. I do see a Tempest
Yep.
Downfall in Matthew's hand. So we just need to find the Zephyr, right? And is that
Yeah.
it? That is
There
it?
is the Zephyr. Or is it? Yeah, it is a Zephyr. It's
Oh, Corridor Sword?
the new fancy A and B Zephyr. There is a Korea sword for quite a bit.
So technically that doesn't work, right? Because he's still at Spell Shroud. He couldn't target this champion. Of course, you can
Yeah, so
cast it after, but then
yeah,
then
I believe he responded to the triggers with the Korea sword, and then you don't take any damage, but he already so he plays Zephyr. The triggers go on the stack. He has to target himself, and
yeah,
after that, the
Turbo
Korea.
Charge. Interesting. I guess he does not have lethal in hand, and he's trying to find it. Because otherwise, you need to kill this turn because that's where he's effort.
Yeah, how
So,
about 10 is quite a bit of damage.
but that means he really
It's
was looking for an answer because otherwise, Paracel is cards down for a turn. You're drawing 2, but you're using 4 cards for that. So you're looking
yeah.
looking for that answer. Oh, a third Razor kill. That
Another
is
razor kill.
that is very scary.
Yeah.
He did
Uh
use most of his Bagwas and Fairy Whispers, so it's probably not lethal in any way, but still very scary. Although
yeah, he
Noel might be able to kill next turn. 10 damage is very easy to find, especially when you have a sudden steel in hand, maybe.
yeah, and yeah, already has 7 damage on board.
A Majestic Spirit's Crest. Draw a card from Merlin's Trigger.
So quite a bit of damage that he is showing, yeah.
I guess we'll
Matthew.
be able to see if Matthew's sighted in those Innervate Agilities.
Yeah.
Probably not, right? Since he's taking that damage.
I don't believe he did then. But he might still have some protection up since he let everything come through. There is the
Sure,
nerve
there is Innervate.
agility.
Okay.
Occurring, giving himself stealth. In since Noel doesn't play Sword of Seeking or doesn't even have it out, it's he can't do much about that for the time being.
That
Wasted
buys your next
his
turn. But now,
yeah.
now you need a second's effort to deal with that Majestic Spirit.
Yep. Cone of Frost,
Oh, Cone of Frost for game.
which is enough. Uh I don't think they have time for a third game here.
Nah, clearly not. So that will end up being a 1-1 tie for Matthew and Niall.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes not that big. In Yeti, a tie is always a little demoralizing because that puts you out of that sweet 4-0 pricing.
yeah. Yeah. It's
But it's
I think
something
the
it's
games
something
are
you
still
expect
fun.
going water. You know, as Niall, you can't play
Yeah.
watermelon and not expect to get a couple of ties here and there. It's a slow deck.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate part of playing water on webcams especially. Even
I
in
have a lot of
person, it can
experience
be a
with that.
lot, but been a lot of ties on webcams.
So how big is today's event? I didn't see yet. How many players do we have today?
I believe we have 42 players today.
42 is a great number. It's
Yeah.
nice to see. There's always so much support for the Yeti weeklies.
Yeah, it's wonderful to bring the community together and give a give players without the locals a consistent and reliable locals. Just
And also a player with locals. You know, there's nothing
yeah,
preventing you from playing in it, except if of course your local is on Thursdays. Never skip your locals for Yeti. Support your local game stores. But
yeah. At the same time, it's quite unfortunate, but can't can have can have it all. Sadly, as nice as it would be.
we have some stats for the week. Let's
47 players. I That's
again
incorrect.
a main part of water players to be expected. It is the current meta. So we have many Sylvies, a couple of Tristans, a couple of Kongmings. Let's show these to everyone on the screen. So Sylvie is obviously probably the well. There's a big split between the mill stats for Waller mill decks. You know, some people prefer
Yeah,
going Sylvie, some people prefer going Arisana. There's advantages and disadvantages to both of those. Some player run both, so you can switch from game to game. The main tool for Arisana is obviously Polaris, the Cauldron. It helps a lot with dealing with big boards. Sylvie gets the floating memory from the bovines. That's a big add.
yeah.
You get the Terrapin, the big turtle that some decks just have a very hard time dealing with.
Oh
What else do
yeah,
we see
yeah.
interesting in this? There
I
is
like seeing so many Tristan decks. Six Tristan.
yeah,
It's quite
I'm curious what build they are. You know, they could be like the classic Shadow Strike Tristan. Maybe there's some kind of aggro or allies builds. There's a decent number of people playing like Water Allies Tristan. It's a fun deck.
yeah, absolutely. I feel like those two are like the big decks. I'm happy but a bit surprised to see Tristan so back and so many of them here.
There's also
Also,
5% of Diana's, which is a little more than Diana has fallen a lot out of favor recently. I'm curious if they are emboldened trying to see if the focusing round works.
she's so back. I hope so. I was talking about her earlier.
Oh, probably not. We'll see how that goes. And then there's 3.5 other champions. There might be a couple of Bullcock hiding in there. I don't see Vanitas in the main bracket, so there's not a lot of people trying the new level 3 outs. What do you think of the level 3 Vanitas?
I loved seeing the water level 3 Vanitas decks. I think I heard some don't like it because it doesn't feel worth it to play Vanitas 3 when you can just play your usual water mill package. But
Yeah, exactly.
considering how well it did and
I
how
I was
fun it
very
is, I
happy to
think
see
it's good.
Vanitas level 3 win a tournament, but then I saw that I wasn't doing anything original, let's say, which is the good old watermill with a different champion. I'm curious to see how I can make it work in, a different package.
Yeah, yeah. I'm really that's why I'm so happy that Noel is playing a different kind of water deck. Like no self mill, no a million floating, no attacks really, other than the Merlin attacks.
Yeah, Sun and
It's
Steel is
very
still very
refreshing to
good.
see. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, this I personally don't like the mill package that much because as good as some of the cards are, I'm the disadvantage of playing a mill strategy is that you want a lot of floating memories in your deck, right?
Yeah.
And floating memory by default are essentially worse cards because they get a lot of their strength budget on being floating memory. So it means that you're playing like half of your deck being bad cards. So if you're like in a top deck situation, you'll have a lot of dead draws, right? So
Yeah.
personally, for my playstyle, I don't really like mill decks. And
Yeah,
that seems
that's
to be the core identity of Water right now. It's working out for
yeah.
them. Obviously, we're seeing the results. If we look at the
All
element
events
thread,
recently. Yeah.
yeah, all the events, including I think the
Like a
top
this
32 at 3 track was like half water.
Yeah, just like right now for this
Just,
Yetis.
just just like today, exactly half water.
Yeah, it's water is very, very dominant right now, and all like gambling self mill decks. Like for the majority, it is gambling self mill decks. So it's nice to see a um bit of fresh
Some
air.
some other people holding the line with other decks. Like I said, some of those Tristan decks are probably Water Allies. Water Allies is still a very good deck right now. A lot of answers to a lot of things. Just the fact that you're playing Water means you have answers to the mill deck. Being able to Frostbind or Song of Frost that turn one Icebound Slam is really great against the deck. It cuts them short in their tracks. We have 4 players on Norm Spirit, Brawly Slime players.
Yep.
It's sad seeing that there hasn't been a nice Dawn of Ashes deck ever since. It's just not enough value yet. But it's a card that's fun to build around. Especially since there's been a second taxing domain printed in AMB, the Keep of Golden Sash. It also tax
Yeah.
the first cards people play every turn. So the the rest of the payoff for a stacks package is not there yet. But it's very interesting to think how you would build that, right? Of course, a lot
Yeah.
of people don't like playing against stacks. There's always people that love saying no, you can't play the game as their main playstyle.
Yeah.
And
There was
obviously,
actually in Utrecht there was a person that was playing a Norm to Norris deck. Unfortunately,
yeah,
they didn't do well, but it was based on the idea that you're talking about with taxing and everything.
it's very interesting to consider. I've seen 3 main variations of it. Tonoris to play allies, or was he going to level 3 to get values out of those domains? Was he near?
I didn't really look at the deck list because I
Okay,
was a bit busy that weekend, but I did have
of course,
some
of course.
chat with some of their locals, and it seemed like an interesting deck. Unfortunately, we couldn't see it anywhere. But the idea I always really liked the idea, and that's why I was looking forward to Vanitas when he originally came out. Is that taxing your
Vanitas,
opponents just feels so
non-ashes?
good.
Okay, yeah, just as yeah.
Yeah, that the
Consider
fact that you can tax your opponents.
yeah, the level 3 is so much easier. 7 damage was really hard to do on Vanitas level 2. But being able to tax every turn now with Vanitas level 3, if you're able to get it online, it is quite a blow to your opponent. Just them looking at like their GCR and their material deck and seeing that it does essentially nothing. And even better than paying one for Grand Crusader's Ring and having you Diablerie it feels so good.
Okay. Uh, I
So,
will.
what will we have for the rest of the tournament? Water, obviously. We'll have we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the start of the next round, and we will be able to tell you. And we are back for round two. We will be having again the Watermelon deck from Noel's teammate, Killadis. They're playing pretty much the same deck, so we'll be able to see that in action again. Hopefully, see the Spirit's Blessing, a Eventide Spear combo. The opponent will be Rare on Shadow Strike Tristan, the old deck that has fallen out of favor a little bit, but is maybe making comeback. It is actually playing Shadow Reaver. I've seen a lot of people recently try to go out of Shadow Reaver just because it's not good against every deck. You know, you prefer having that extra slot in your middle deck. It seems to be running, well, it's running Heavenly Guide, which is something that has not seen as much play as the hype would have implied. It's only one off, but especially interesting. It feels very good. We see the usual value play on turn one, Windmill Engineer. It's really what you want to be doing as Tristan, leveling efficiently because all of your power is in the late game. Surveil the Win also very good. You need to stack those prep counters. Tristan is interesting because it seems to be quite good at blocking the strategy that Water Merlin will be doing. You know, the ability to swing 2-3 times in a turn is not that useful if you have shadow tokens. So that game will be probably a slow stacking of value and both players having answers to the one shot of the opponent. So it's trying to find enough threats you can deal with those answers very, very slowly. There's no reason to rush a level up, except to draw more cards. Obviously, the faster you go to Merlin, the more cards you draw.
Yeah.
Gentleman's
Mm,
Agreement, the backup charger on both sides.
very even match, very balanced.
Same way Merlin wants to level up to start stacking those level counters early. There's always that weird dilemma you have as Tristan where do you want to level up early to get those Windwalker boots going to get more prep counters? Or do you prefer playing some more value play before?
You have to play a bit slower early game to uh get the most amount of value out of your Tristan on enter triggers. Just have time to build up those prep counters.
Sadie is a good way to get those prep counters. Against Merlin, it probably won't get the most value. You know, there's not a lot of things to kill with Sadie.
Yeah.
but it's still a way to just it's a sticky threat. It's hard to kill. You can always bring it back and get value that way.
Yeah.
Level 1, we will stay north for the rest of the game. I can't see anything in hand, however. Do you think so? Obviously, we know there's a heavenly guide. Tristan's tends to have one or two. Do you think it's worth it to not use dungeon guides just in the case of heavenly guides, or do you just play it and say if he has it, he has it. Who cares?
I think the tempo advantage you gain from Dungeon Guide is absolutely worth the risk of a Heavenly Guide on your opponent's side.
One heavenly guide, yes. What if it's like three heavenly guides because he can just Zephyr it?
Yeah, it's also true.
We bring back the Sadi, we start stacking those prep counters, and we reclaim the
Oh,
windmill. That is a lot of value in 2 turns.
yeah, there was a board. Now there is no more board. And there's once again gonna be a lot of value off of the unenters and the Sadie being able to be returned with her ability.
And the Fairy Whispers. So much value.
She can still possibly go into another Fairy Whispers after this.
Yeah. Surveil the Winds. Also
Of
pretty good
course,
to
our
see.
Wilderen's also very good, yeah.
So we're leveling to 1 here. We can. There might be a straight level to the turn after. There's enough prep counters for it.
Yeah. Basically ready for level 2 into Dungeon Guide to level 3. And then Dungeon Guide again for another level 3.
Yep. There is also, I think, an Innervate Agility in Reyes deck.
Yes.
Pretty good. And means you can get even more values out of those levels.
Yeah, there's a lot of one-offs in this deck. Like Turbocharge is perfectly understandable, right?
Yeah,
You don't want
turbocharge
to
is
see a
most
Turbocharge
of the
more
time
than
a one up.
once. Yeah, and if you see Turbocharge, you're happy. Otherwise, you don't feel too bad. But a single Tempest Downfall, a single Verdigris Decree, and a single Shadow Resonance are all interesting one-offs. Obviously, the Heavenly Guide.
Tempest Downfall is very interesting. It's, I guess, especially in Tristan, it's nice because it comes out of nowhere. The opponent's probably not expecting it. Ooh, losing a Ghost of Pendragon to that level up is kind of sad.
It is an unfortunate banishment there.
What do we play? Do we Dungeon Guard? That is 3 cards down, right? No, 2? What are we playing?
Hmm. It is unfortunate that Killidis doesn't have a floating memory in his graveyard
Yeah.
to immediately get the value off of Merlin, unless he has a plan for this turn to put
And
something
nothing
in there.
for it either. There's always it's fun to
Oh,
say, for example, threaten the windmill engineer so you can force a reclaim so you have something to eat.
yeah, but
But
it seems
he's
that
also
he's
going
just
to
going
straight
for the
up.
dungeon guide.
Is there a stifling trap
Hmm.
coming? Is it even worth it?
Oh,
There is a stifling trap coming. I'm
seems so.
oh no, just
Oh
surveil.
no,
Okay.
surveillance.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's a I'm going to level up next turn play.
It is also important that just to remember that Stifling Trap does have an assassin class bonus, and it can be played from memory if
Yes, it's
you know.
especially scary in Tristan.
Um,
We're losing Spirit's Blessing and Rising Tide. Not too bad.
yeah.
Can we get up? No Regal is on board, so we can't Ghost of Pendragon right now. Though there is 2 rested units, so we can start doing those Eventide Spear loops if we want to. Seems we will. How much value can we get out of it? How many Ghost of Pendragons are hiding in there, do you think?
All of them. I think if you went to banish one of them for level up, there has to be
Maybe,
more than
maybe.
one.
I did manage at Santa Clara to play 4 Ghost of Pendragons in one turn thanks to Eventide Spear. I started with one in hand, I just drew one every single time I played another one.
So lucky.
So we start getting that value. Ghost of Pendragon would maybe also be a good target for Stifling Traps. Maybe better than Dungeon Guide, honestly, in the current situation. Preventing a draw 2 is very big.
Yeah, going down on a Regalia and like getting the value off of Pendragon, even though it's a 2-cost 3/4 ally, it's still very, very impactful.
Yeah, 3/4 is a very big stat line. It's why Paladin has always been played, right? Frostborn Paladin. Since now there's the second Paladin in the game. Always confused when I play against the Jin starter deck. Boots. Okay, so we're aiming for a more late game plan from Rhea. You know, there's no need to level up right now, so we're trying to stack more prep counters.
I wonder if Rhea plays. I wasn't. There is a 4 Mastermind scheme, and
There's not that many
am I
allies,
missing
right?
the slice? There is no slice and dice in there. If I on the main board, there's 3 slice and dice in the sideboard, but no slice and dice in the main board.
No in the main board, and I guess it's a reasonable play. Sometimes it's nice to be able to threaten that early lethal, but it's not something that's good against every decks. There is black market broker, so
Yeah.
there's a way to kill the Ghost of Pendragon here and get value with the Sadi. Let's see what we go for. We probably want to level up next turn, so need to put at least 2 cards down.
Yeah.
What's the best? You're not immediately threatened. You know, you can afford to play it slow. The deck is not that scared of Incarnate Majesty. You can still kill through it.
It can become a very funny stalemate if they have Incarnate Majesty and uh Tristan has the Fantasias out and
Mhm.
just nobody can attack anyone. And the Konos Frosts are probably not enough to kill, so it's just standing there staring each other down.
Yeah, it will really depend how much damage we can push through before those level come in. So Sadi is the very safe play. You know, you're not losing any value. You're bringing it back probably. So you will level up with something. You have enough cards in hand. You probably have bad stuff to be able to banish.
It's a very comfortable spot to be in.
There's not much you really need from your material deck here, skill of this, right? You're probably just going GCR? Alka Heist, I guess. I mean, this ring the boots is okay. It prevents the prep counters from stacking, but Tristan will get a card out of it.
It forces their hand, right?
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, you can't just let them stack prep counters. You need to find the answer. It's just
Yeah.
not as clean as you would hope it is. It could be. There's only one rested unit, so no more Eventide Spear shenanigans. There's also no fast damage in the Merlin deck. You know, there's no like refracting missile or anything, so there's no way of killing the Sadi in response to it balancing back.
Yeah. So what's interesting about the chess club watermelon deck is that they don't play any divine relic. They didn't play it in Utrecht and don't play it still. The
Oh,
deck has been changed a bit, but
Yeah, there. I guess
That's
Majestic Spirit's Crest does do the job of Grand Cruiser's Ring.
yeah,
So there's no use in swinging at a Sadie here, right? You just push for damage.
yeah. It's yeah. You want to push as much as you can before they get to start blocking your attacks with their Fantasias.
Mm-hmm.
Because 6 prep counters is a scary amount for the
Very scary. It'll
level
depend if
3.
we see some Mastermind scheme. The other thing about the Tristan deck is that Harmonious Mantra probably does nothing against it. You know, it's a card that can one-shot you, so healing up will not do anything. What do we lose? 2 Black Market Brokers.
They're gone. All of them. Well,
I suppose stealth is not that useful when there's the threat of the Majestic Spirit. How much are we seeing in Recollect? Surveil the Wind? Probably. Yeah.
you'd love to
There's
see that as Tristan.
there's still the option of finding that Heavenly Guide, right? It would feel really good.
True.
So against this Watermelon, do you go to Shadow Reaver? There's not much you can get out of the deck, but enough maybe value they could be worth to do.
It's nice to get a Pendragon. Or like
Yeah,
even a
Pendragon is
even a
not too bad.
Spirit's Blessing, especially in Tristan, can feel very, very nice. And that's not a card that you forget exists anymore. Especially in this
That could
specific deck.
that could be very scary indeed. Going Shadow Strike twice in a turn.
Yep.
At least there's no Slice and Dice for now. Not until the sideboard. It's probably coming in game 2, I think, but
It's
so
very
more.
important when you're trying to push early game damage. Or like you wanna win faster. I feel like slice and dice is imperative for them. You need to have it because it's a norm what's it called? It's a norm shadow strike basically.
Yeah. How many incapacitates are hiding in that hand, you think? Is Rhea scared of Incarnate Majesty right now? Or there's so many cards, right?
Yeah. Probably all of them.
And not many ways for Merlin to deal with that. You just throw the Incarnate away and hope there's nothing.
Yeah.
So that 4 damage on board is stacking up quite fast. 3 cards. What do we play? Dungeon Guide? Heavenly Guide?
There's a guy. A guide.
There has to be one in hand, clearly.
Influence is quite high. The odds are definitely in a guide's favor here.
Sadly, odds is not something you can always count on in a card game.
Yeah.
Just
Seems like
just the turn pass. That is very interesting. Rising Tide is always good value for Merlin. So Tome of Sorcery, probably? Yeah, we use that floating immediately. Draw some more cards. Get the Empower for at this point, I guess it's good on Corylus Ward. You know, it's always useful to be able to block a bigger Shadow Strike.
yeah.
But otherwise, maybe you can. It's not useful to keep more cards in hand after casting Incarnate Majesty because your Frostbind's not blocking the Incapacitate anyway.
What's scary
So
about the Tristan deck is that they have so many ways to remove your Incarnate Majesty as well.
yeah, between Zephyr, there's the single Verdigris Decree, Dream Fairies.
Yeah, just the Shadow Strike itself after sideboard, or sometimes in Mayboard, slice and dice, and one more attack. Like a dungeon guide itself can go and take it out.
We also haven't seen a Mastermind scheme being played from Rhea either.
Oh,
At at 7 prep counters, it starts to be really good. right? It's the kind of value you start to want to get from it.
Yeah. Even at, I feel like starting from 4, it's already so big.
Four is all right. At four, I tend to try and wait a little bit more, see if I can get some value. Obviously, sometimes you don't have a choice if your boots are destroyed or anything. I'm actually surprised the boots haven't been destroyed yet. I guess Kill This is keeping the Aka heist for like Shadow's Claw.
You're most likely right because Shadow's Claw alone is very, very scary. The oh,
Oh, Veiling Breeze. Okay, we're starting to block some damage. Yeah, the good thing about playing against Wind is that they don't have much permanent Regalia removal, so you don't care about Aka heist getting Zephyred. So you can just play it early and keep it for whenever you need it.
yeah. Oh,
We're showing Zephyr and Verdigris Decree. So that's saying I don't care about Majestic Spirit. Play it.
interesting.
Empower. Dungeon Ghost of Pendragon? Yeah, Ghost of Pendragon. Getting value out of the tome.
Another one. Interesting that Rhea blocked the dungeon guide, the Ghost of
Ghost of
Pendragon
Pendragon.
attack here. Yeah, it must be very scared of taking damage or like dying in one turn all of a sudden.
There is, I guess, there's a good point in making sure your health is not too low, because there's still Cone of Frost in the deck that you want to be able to play against. You don't want to have your shadows out and say, I can't be attacked, I'm safe, and then losing to spell damage.
Yeah,
So we try for the first Incarnate Majesty. It will get incapacitated. Yep.
unsurprisingly.
So the chess club list was not running Cruxite in the main board, so that Incarn is gone for the game.
Yeah, it's with all the water decks and nullifying lanterns going around. It is There's definitely a smart play to hold it back and not force it into the deck, especially when you have already so many good answers to everything in your deck, like your
Mhm.
main board. That forcing forcing Cruxide might be a bit too much when most of the time it won't. You're the one playing the nullifying lantern as well, so
Yeah,
you're not gonna get much value out of it.
we will level up. We're choosing which level 2 champion to go to, I think.
What would you go for here?
That's Dancer, right? Yeah, we skip
Yeah,
on the Shadow Reaver value. Let's see what gets banished for that level up. What is acceptable losses in this matchup?
oh, a
Sadie.
Sadie.
Uh, that card is Norm? What is that?
Yeah, it's definitely two norm cards, and I believe it's another. I think it's two Sadies and a wind card.
Might be. Yeah. We are cracking the boots for card draw. Interesting. We Rhea saying, I have enough pref counter. I can do something else with that.
Her deck is also the deck is also more focused on attacking once you get to level 3. So you build up your prep counters early game, and then late game once you have your Fantasia allies, you just start attacking with your champion and them as well, taking out the board and your opponent.
Could Rhea just be going for lethal this turn? You can just Mastermind Shadow Strike. That is 24 damage plus 2 from the shadows? You don't care about shadow slot? I think you could just go for lethal, right? There's 2 cards in Kildis's hand, so there's probably no answers there. There could
Yep.
be Coral Sword. Is that enough? It blocks 6. So you have 34 HP, and we're saying 26 damage coming from. Okay, not going for a kill turn then.
Sadie coming out.
Not going to be getting any agility triggers on this, just pushing for damage.
Most likely because depending on the hand, its agility is not too important either. As long as they have 3
You could
cards in
always
there.
you could always swing at Ghost, bring back Sadie, swing at Ghost again.
True. That the math does add up on that one.
Shadow Strike.
Yeah.
Interesting. Prep 1.
Hmm.
Just
Ready for
pushing a little damage. That clearly means there's a second Shadow Strike in hand, right?
it has to. I bet they're afraid of the Coriolis ward as well. However, because prepare is a cost, is an additional cost, you have to prepare before your opponent can answer. So being cautious with it is good if you're just pushing a bit of damage, but I feel like it's a bit dangerous, right? Because you could get very comfortable here. Oh, kill this does show the Coriolis ward.
Alright, that will block the full swing. Blocking 6 damage. Still, Tristan not in too bad a position right now. Are we considering end cap? I don't think that's necessarily worth it, since you're not pushing lethal damage.
The Majestic Spirit probably is scarier than the Coriolis ward here, even if the your
Definitely.
shadows can't go attacking for the chip damage. It's still
Yeah, you're not scared of losing here as
yeah.
Tristan. You still have more than enough prep counters to block any big attacks.
Yeah, so the point in paying one prep counter or preparing it once is that she's probably afraid of losing the Shadow's Claw it for to the Alcahest, which is very, very valid. So
Yeah.
they're playing more carefully and not putting all their eggs in one basket, going for a big swing. It allows the shadows to still attack without much
The other thing
harassment.
swinging what Shadow Strike did here is turning on Eventide Spear. Kildis can now bring that out as much as he wants.
True.
Alright. First dead Majestic Spirit Crest. So are we going for big turn here? Probably not, right? How much can we reasonably get out of this? We'll see what Kildis chooses to do. Maybe it's just setup. Likewise, Tristan was not scared of dying. Merlin's not scared of dying here either, I think, as long as you keep enough cards in hand.
Both of them are very comfortable. But that is a lot of damage on board the Merlin side.
Do you swing at Sadie here? Either you kill it or you force You force Tristan to have no answers, right? Just
Yeah, just
faith. All right.
going for the kill is also very safe here with the Eventide Spear and any attack really
I
could
mean,
be enough.
any attack is never lethal because it can always be
True.
redirected to the shadows. So that's why I was
True. It's
considering killing off the Sadie, because if you force either Sadie dies or you end up with 2 cards in hand, which is not enough to answer anything. I guess you can always Veiling Breeze, but
yeah, that's true. It is scary to be an attack based deck, a combat based deck, and be up against Tristan with a billion prep counters and 2 ominous shadows.
indeed. So what you're saying is that Killis should have sideboarded Title Thief, right?
Maybe.
Probably not. It was decent. It was decent in Nico. A lot of people played it in Nico, even without the
We
floating
can
memory.
believe in it. You know, in our hearts, the sideboard can include a couple.
Oh, we do bring the Sadie, so we're looking to stack up those prep counters.
A refund for last turn.
Exactly. However, Killis' hand is full right now, so there's not a lot that will go through. You can't just go for the kill turn. There will be some answers. How much setup does Tristan have left in the material deck? You can always honestly Safeguard Amulet is pretty good. You can be scared of double Cone of Frost.
Yeah. Radiant Protector Trinket also forces Killis' hand too. You know,
A little bit, a little bit. There's still so many cards in
but
hand
he has
right
to
now
keep
that
up 2 more cards for everything he would want to do.
another thing that Killis needs to keep in mind is that Rhea is running Chalice of Blood.
Yeah,
So you need to consider if you really want to bring your opponent to 20 HP, give them that 2 extra draws.
that could be why they didn't try and push, because they know that Rhea will probably allow the damage up to 20 to go up to 20.
Hmm.
So they could be planning on how to kill them in 1 turn.
But again, it's scary against Merlin because you can say, okay, I'll take damage at 20. I'm safe from all attacks, and then you just get kind of frosted for 6 damage.
Yeah, a mage is a mage, regardless of advanced element.
And Alkahest can also destroy Safeguard Amulet.
Oh, Shadow
Shadow's Claw.
Claw.
Is that going to be destroyed? Is that a Shadow Strike? It is a Shadow Strike. Are we going all in? Probably not, right? There's so many cards in Killis' hand that it can be very risky to go all in here.
Yeah. Although, how many answers does Kill display to it?
I mean,
Obviously, they played their one off nascent. Or, no, they didn't. My bad.
there's always the
There's
Harmless Mantras and
yeah,
the Coreless Wards.
yeah. We've
Is
only
there
seen one come out.
4 prefaces? Le- is it lethal? We have how much damage on board? 4,
Mm,
8, 9. So we're destroying the dagger.
yeah, but they're
So that will
making
not be.
sure that they can hit through a Coriolis ward so that the shadows can attack with the amount of prep counters.
Yeah. Are we Coriolising? Seems to be. For one, there's not much else in the deck.
Yep. There it is.
Coriolis, block 7. So Shadow Strike will be hitting. We'll be taking 2 more damage from the shadows. But yet again, there will be 2 rested units, so Killis is free to do some eventide shenanigans on his next turn.
A lot of units sleeping.
4 cards in hand means you can still have some answers. We'll see if it's enough.
More incapacity.
Oh, casting something else? Mantra, maybe? Or just a Rising Tide for value?
Oh, Fracturize. Targeting the power cell.
Alright, we're getting the tome back out, probably?
Yeah, there it is.
Merlin trigger, draw a card. Or how much are we at right now? Like 10, I think?
4 level counters.
11?
+3. Oh, and
I
influence is
meant
a lot.
influence, yeah. So we will heal for 7, 8, 11 damage. Well, 11 damage counters. Resetting most of the progress.
Recovering 11 is quite a bit.
Incapacitate on the healing is interesting. It is a big damage swing, you know. It's essentially a fireball for 11. Oh, and there's a frostbind.
Unfortunate for Rhea.
And it also means going hands down, which means Incarnate Majesty can come out now.
Yeah, which is Merlin is on even damage counter, even level counters. So when Killadis brings out Eventide Spear, she'll attack for 3. +3 from Pendragon, plus another 3 from another Pendragon.
And a Cone of Frost.
Cone of Frost is also enough.
That will be game. Yet again. Oh,
Rhea's thinking about here.
yeah. Oh, yeah, you can always. No, because you can't deflect the attacks. Yeah, Cone of Frost is just. Oh, Penumbral Waltz. Yeah. For blocking 6 damage. So there is a possibility of surviving. You can block 1 more attack. Probably Pendragon. Well, probably not the Pendragon. You're just keeping. You're taking that Pendragon because you're hoping to block a Sudden Steal from hand or something. Probably.
Yeah,
Because we did either way to another Cone of Frost.
Yeah, it's safe to stop the final blow here.
There we go. So we will be cracking the Majestic Spirit's Crest, which allows you to draw a card on hit with your champion. On attack with your champion.
It's very good that you can do it on it happens on attack because you can still do so many things before damage is dealt. It's a very, very strong card.
What were we?
So the reason the Majestic Spirit's Crest is so good in this deck is that Spirit's Blessing lets you return a Regalia from your board to the material deck, which in this case is Eventide Spear because he can bring out Eventide Spear for without outside of materialization, just activate it if there are at least 2 rested units on the opponent's board. So he can attack as many times as he has Spirit's Blessings with it because the Eventide Spear doesn't need to be in the combat to be able to deal damage once Merlin is in even level counters, so he can do it before damage, wake up the champion, put back the Eventide Spear, and attack again, and get the value off of everything. So it's very very powerful. You get to draw 2 cards per Spirit's Blessing because of the on attack of the Majestic Spirit's Crest, and Spirit's Blessing itself also lets you draw a card.
It's a very, very explosive combo. And the
Yeah.
Majestic Spirit that we saw there from with the hands down means that is game. Rare concedes, and we go to game 2. So what can we see in the sideboard here? From Killadis, do you think the Dustlight Communions are worth it just to deal with the shadows?
It could be if because it depends because you have to take care of both shadows to be safe.
Yeah, and there's not much
Because
you want to remove from your deck.
yeah, and then I feel like the value you're getting off of removing one of the Fantasia is not good enough to sacrifice your consistency for it.
Yeah, a whole card for a shadow is probably not good enough. The Song of Frost are obviously coming in. You want to be able to deal with the Shadow Strikes. Cone of Frost could probably come in. It's good to have non-combat damage against Tristan. Helps going around the shadows. Do you like the Mind Freeze in the matchup? The
The Mind
question
Freeze
is
in any
more...
matchup.
Well, against aggro, it's not that good, right? It's a bit too slow. The question is more how much can you remove from your deck to slot them back in. The Nascent Blast might be going away. There's a single Nascent Blast in the main board. I guess it's no. I guess you keep it because it can break the stalemate. The stalemate, right? Because you can just always Nascent Blast face every turn if Tristan is bunkering behind your shadows.
Yeah, and if you have nothing really to do, or like you're out of Cone of Frost, it's a wonderful finisher with Tome of Sorcery.
Meanwhile, on the Tristan sides, we're probably putting in the more aggro package, the Assassin's Ripper, the Sharpened Blade, the Slice and Dice. That's probably coming in, right?
Yeah, you have to bring in you have to go all aggro, or else
Right.
it's the game's never gonna end. And right now, Rhea needs to win 2 games to have a chance of being 4-0. So they're definitely going to be a lot more aggressive.
The second Heavenly Guide could find room in the main board. It's useful against Merlin. Merlin will always Dungeon Guide to 3. Ensnaring Fume is a very bad idea. You don't want to give your opponent 2 more Pendragon triggers. That's how you lose the game. We start yet again, Windmill Engineer, Surveil the Winds, just like game 1. Good value, prep counters, seeing more cards.
Yeah.
How much are we glimpsing at the bottom? Three down, keep 3. So clearly, as the Merlin deck, what are you looking for in that initial glimpse? Probably, well, definitely Dungeon Guide, right? Is there anything really vital, or you just want to look for efficient leveling options, so like Fast Cure, Rising Tide, Mnemonic Charm? Probably just that, right?
You want something that with floating memory so you can get the value off of the level 2 Merlin. Don't really want to waste that because the going up with on your first turn, leveling up, having even 11 counters is just so big
Indeed.
and can propel you so fast,
And
no matter how you level up.
it's not like Tristan is the deck that runs the most floating memory, so you can't rely on eating your opponents. We We gambled on the Fairy Whispers. Sometimes it pays off. Sometimes you just put everything to the bottom and then see a Sadie on top.
The one downfall of Fairy Whispers in a level 3 deck.
So instead, we just go for Grand Inquisitor's Ring, try and get some more cards to play, recoup that loss of a card.
Yeah, unfortunate. Fortunate whiff there though. Ooh.
The revealed Sadie gets played, start pushing damage. Again, it's just very safe, you know. You know the Merlin's not going to kill it. And you can start stacking your prep counters that way.
Start working towards that slice and dice to close out the game fast.
Backup charger from Killadis. It will be another very slow games where both players just start to get some value at the start and end up with 12 cards hand at the end of the game.
Yeah, level 3 decks are great, but level 3 deck matchups, like, going up against each other can go on long because if you're a level 3 deck, you rarely do a lot on, or like an actual level 3 base deck. You spend your early turns just building up towards that, building a solid foundation for your level 3 turns, like when you have advanced element already.
Yeah, it is such a different game. Leveling slowly because you can afford to, because your opponent's also not doing anything, and leveling fast while trying not to die because you're facing an aggro deck.
Yeah, it's you slow down a lot when you're both just building up to a big combo or explosive finisher.
We'll be bringing Sadie back again in Recollect to stack those prep counters. They're important to get up early. And the second Fairy Whispers, hopefully not whiffing this one.
Oh,
One bottom, two top, and we see a Black
there's
Market Broker.
it's not exactly what you want to see, but at least it's a wind card. So you do get the net 0 on influence.
It's not bad actually, since it has stealth. You know, the only thing that can kill it in the Merlin deck is the Majestic Spirit, so it might be worth to play early and just push consistent damage that way. We'll have to see what Rhea chooses. The big problem, it's always fun to have big hands, but that means you have a lot of options, and so lots of different lines you can play.
And it slows the game down even more, and the worry here is that there's not a lot of time in the clock. And both of these decks are very slow, so a 1-0 for Killadis is not impossible.
Yeah, we need to probably start thinking about the slice and dice lines from Rhea if they're available. You can Assassin's Ripper next turn and probably go for lethal because Merlin is still in
Cool.
spirit. Oh, slice and dice. That
And
is
there is
mine
a
then.
slice and dice. Okay, that is
Not
one.
many answers from Merlin. You can always Song of Frost if you have it.
Yeah, it's it's you either have the answer to it or it could be over because you know that Rhea has a Sadian hand
Yep, that is 2 more
and
damage.
that is 2 more damage. But so you have to stop either
Maybe.
the slice and dice or uh the next 2 damage.
Yeah, you can always like Frostbind the Sadie or something. Taking 9 damage is not immediately game losing. It's just very, very scary. We'll have to see. You can always just Coreless Ward to block 1 damage and not die this turn. It feels really bad, but it's a play you can do because Coreless Ward blocks 1+ level. So even if you're on Spirit, Black
Yeah,
Market Broker.
There's Black Market Broker.
Get the first prep counter back. Is there a Frostbind in hand?
Yeah.
Anything to
It's
live?
the Coriolis Ward for 1?
The
For 4?
free stiff.
Ooh, free stiff.
That is an
Alright.
answer. Anything to not die. Again, that's how a control deck plays, right? It's anything to live another turn and maybe find a better answer.
Yeah, we have a pair of EP boys on board right now. They're not gonna be around for a while.
And there's no
Gonna
prep
get
counters
the
either, so you're not scared of another slice and dice. Fracturize lets you
Yep.
level up for free. You get the power cell giving you some value. So Merlin is not too scared right now. You know,
Yeah.
there's not a lot that can kill you next turn.
Especially with such a high influence. You know, you can probably negate anything that they throw at you.
I guess Rhea could go like Assassin's Ripper into unprepped slice and dice for 6 damage. That's an option.
That
Trying to
is
think
uh
how many, you know, you always need to be prepared for those unconventional kill lines. You know, you can't just say the opponent's not finding 6 damage. They will find it if they need to, so you need to keep something in hand.
you can see that, you know, assassins are always prepared. Never rarely see an assassin with less than 1 preparation counter. Truly prepared for everything there.
What are we playing from Merlin? Just the Scry Skies that will let us level up next turn and keep as many cards as we can to have those answers if Rhea is going for another kill turn.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like if Kilodis scried into something good, he probably would have put it on the bottom, right? Because it feels so much worse to lose it. And you know that you're if you put it on the bottom, you know that you're not really losing a bad card. There's a chance that you get to it.
Maybe you want to gamble more. You know you're going to play something else as an answer to whatever Tristan is doing. So you're saying, well, I'm be putting more cards into memory. Clearly I won't hit the good hit when I level up.
Yeah.
You always hit the good hit anyway, but you know,
You can
we're card game
believe,
players. We
you
like to
know?
gamble.
Exactly. That's why we have a whole deck that's just Casino Arisana. You know, you just gamble. That's why self-mill is an archetype. We do like to gamble as much as all of us say. Like some of us are like, I don't really like it.
Yeah.
Deep down, we live for the
Back in
gun buff.
Black
We want to
Market
open
Broker.
packs.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you hit 5 floating memories. Sometimes you hit 3 Icebound Slabs and 2 Stratagems.
Yep. Love to see that. Crying a bit inside.
So Tristan is going for the slow and steady line. You know, Merlin is still level 1. You can afford to push damage slowly. No need to
Oh,
gamble on a dagger.
oh, losing that. The sudden steal. Run
Sudden
kind of
Steel is
unfortunate.
it's not too bad, probably. You know you're not killing anytime soon, so losing Sudden Steel is not the worst thing in the world. However, using a fractal to level up with Dungeon Guide always feels very good because you know exactly you're a control player. You don't want to gamble. So if you
Yeah.
can choose exactly what you're discarding with Dungeon Guide, that is perfect.
So it's just what you want to see. No gambling here. If you wanted to gamble, you wouldn't be playing this deck. Merlin is a very consistent and, you know, especially Water Merlin, I feel like is a very consistent and easy to predict deck if you're the one playing it.
Yeah,
Not much
exactly.
gambling happening.
If every game is the same and you put down a Majestic Spirit every game and you win, you're happy.
Yeah.
And those cards that were discarded for Dungeon Guides were just discard fodders, you know, Rising Tide, and we are playing some Ghost of Pendragons here, I think.
Of the
Remember,
value, unfortunate for Rhea that they have so many rested units. that the
Yeah,
Eventide Spirit just comes out
exactly.
so easily.
Free stiff is that great combo for that. You know, you guarantee that there will be 2 rested units on your next turn.
Yeah.
Only a
Oh,
single Ghost of Pendragon, sadly, for Merlin. No value train here.
unfortunate, but one is still better than none.
Yeah,
And
one is still better than none. And sadly, there is 3 prep counters, so those black market brokers have stealth. They cannot be killed by the Ghost of Pendragon, so they will continue pushing for damage.
just your average soldier now.
Viridian Trinket, hoping to prevent some interaction. The problem with swinging with the black market brokers every turn is that you turn on even Tide Spear again, should kill this draw more Pendragons.
Yeah. It's
Or
that's
more Spirit's Blessing.
yeah, that's a wonder of Eventide Spirits. Like on its own, the knowledge that it exists is enough to like act as a mini terror ring or like slow your opponent down. Because it's so scary that you just like, oh, there's this big cost for a card in my deck, but I can just circumvent it by you doing what you want to do, and I just get value off of it.
Yeah, exactly. Warping your opponent's play through your deck list is great. That's exactly what you want to do as a control player. It's the exact same thing. Well, it's basically why you're playing water, right? Just keeping 3 cards in hand. I could have a Frostbind. Will you risk it?
The mind games, the mind games of a card just existing in your material deck is wild. It's a control player's dream.
And that's why I continue to play the Frostbind playmat from the FTC state ban. I don't even have
I might
Frostbind in
have,
my deck, but I might.
but who knows? You can never know. Water spirit? Why wouldn't you have frostbite? Little do they know.
So we go swinging. No real
Oh,
choice. You have to push that damage, right?
well, Eventide Spear though. If you're not winning this turn, maybe you just wait it out. Oh. Not that
Not
afraid of Eventide Spear.
not afraid, but I think even afraid, you don't really have a choice. You need to push that damage before Merlin starts doing the scary Merlin things. Especially since you're still level 1, so you can't really find an answer for Majestic Spirit.
Yep.
Sadie, more swinging. That is probably lethal next turn, right? Unless, obviously, Merlin will find some answers, but you always need to play around the fastest way you can kill.
Yeah. But if it's over next turn, then it's once again a draw,
Yeah.
which is so unfortunate.
Well, it is Merlin.
It is Merlin. It is Water Merlin.
Exactly.
But I believe that as much as I believe in Tristan, the Kildis's influence is so large right now that it's not. I don't feel like there are many threats because just Coriolis Ward, no damage.
So we're bringing Alkahai Slide again. Do you think that is for Verdant Trinket? For boots? Or it's just like playing it out just in case of something else? I guess you could keep it for Safeguard Amulet, because you could be going for a Cone of Frost Lethal, though the Tristan is still very low on HP. You need to be thinking defensively instead of offensively.
Yeah. Oh, you could also think you can use it offensively as well. Remove the Viridian Trinket on their turn, but only if they play something that you really want to negate or kill or respond to, and then take out the Viridian and then respond.
Oh, that's interesting. The Sadi died, which means Rhea's probably keeping an Incapacitate in hand, right? In case
Yeah.
a Majestic Spirit gets played? Or is bluffing an Incapacitate in hand? That's also very reasonable, right?
True. Yeah, if they don't have any better play, then bluffing and incapacitate is definitely smart. Even if they do have something that could they could prove proactively to
You don't
get
have to be.
Merlin closer to death.
You don't have to be water player to hold 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, yeah.
Now anyone can do it. You're close enough to lethal. Oh, level up. Interesting. Very interesting. I was about to say you're close enough to lethal. You're probably starting to think that Assassin's Ripper is interesting, but I guess at 4 counters, you're just looking for better answers. Mastermind Scheme is not too bad to discard here. It's much too slow to actually play out.
Yeah. And Gillis has so many cards in hand, though. Like, you're bringing out Assassin's Ripper still doesn't guarantee that you win. So probably she's thinking a bit longer term. However, we are running out of time, so we will be entering overtime very shortly, which is unfortunate. Unfortunate for Rhea here.
Yeah, maybe Rhea has a Heavenly Guide in hand and is just looking for that quick kill with the shadows. Two damage. 2 damage. There has to be a mantra in hand for Killadis. Though it does not heal for that much, right? I guess you could always like heighten spellcraft into mantra.
You could.
Dungeon Guide. No reason to go Shadow Reaver here, right?
You really just want to finish out the game at this point, you know? You want to win, so drawing it out even more is probably not the play.
We lose a black market broker and another win card.
No.
Shadow Reaver?
It does have a Shadow Dancer. They're very similar, but it did look like a Shadow Dancer, I think. I saw some multiple heads in there.
You could always find a sudden steal from the Merlin deck with Shadow Reaver.
Oh, wait, it is Reaver. Huh.
Let's see what we got. We wanted some gambling
Unexpected
and we're
play,
getting
honestly.
it.
Yeah.
Song of
I forget
Frost,
that it
Mnemonic,
works.
Ghost of Pendragon. Oh, those were some pretty good hits,
Go?
honestly.
Yeah. Playing if Rhea plays the Ghost here. I always forget the exact rules for a webcam Shadow Reaver, but if he plays Ghost, if they go for the Ghost play here to push more damage, then
Yeah.
Killis can just Alka has the boots in response, and
But
Rhea
there
will be
are two
forced to put
Regalias
back
on
the
board.
Viridian
Yeah,
Stranger.
exactly.
Yeah,
That does.
that is just good value for him. Forces their hand,
I guess
controls
we're
what
playing the
they
Ghost
do. You
here.
know.
But again, Rhea is not scared of losing right now, right? 4
But they
damage
want to
is
win,
nothing.
though.
Yeah, but you
You're
have
not.
another turn after. You have another turn after that.
You only
Maybe.
have 2.5 minutes.
That's enough.
So
That's enough.
you're very optimistic.
How do we answer the ghost? I think Yuaka has the trinket, not the boots. Because if Yuaka had the boost, they draw a card and then they have 2 to pay, say, your Frostbind. So I think Yuaka has the trinket. Right, the boots need more counters than 4. So we get the ghost out. We get the ghost out on Rhea's side. There will be an answer. Coreless Ward. That is enough to live. We'll be protecting 5
It do
damage.
be. It do be. Very unfortunate here. Is that Ria's ghost that is just on top
Oh,
of?
Shadow Strike. 8 damage?
Ooh. Is
What
it?
answers do we have left in hand for Killis? That is 5 cards? 4 cards?
Oh.
Second
Another
Manta.
Coriolis Warren.
Second Courier Sword. Alright. Let's see what Killis can do on his turn.
Just not enough.
Well, Killis doesn't need to kill, so that will
Yeah,
be game ending in time.
Kill this just needs to survive, yeah. And with 30 seconds left in their turn, they just go attacking, play some cards, and go through their turn is enough.
Mystic Spirit Crest. But we won't be seeing any fancy loop here.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
unfortunately the time is not enough to
that
win
is
here.
just a concede.
Uh, it is a bit unfortunate that Rhea was trying to get the kill so badly, and
Yeah,
it is such understandable, but unfortunately it took way too long once they were already in overtime.
that
That
was
is just
really close enough that had that round happened in person, Rhea probably would have tied up the round there because just those webcam games go a little slower.
yeah,
So
especially
it
here when it's like Shadow Reaver and you're like, what is that
yeah,
card? And like, okay, I'll
look
play
at
that card so
them.
signify it somehow. So figuring that out is difficult.
A lot of little manipulations of moving stuff around your playmat to clarify the board state. So they just add up, a second here, a second there, and at the end of the round, you had one fewer turns than you would have had otherwise.
It's unfortunate, but it happens. Like we talked about, like we talked about with level 3 decks, they do take a while, but
They take a long while. We
that
will be
means
taking a very, very short break before the next round. Do come back to us for round 3 with possibly a different matchup this time. We'll see. We'll see what Britwing gives us. Welcome back, everyone. We'll be going into the next game very shortly. As I've heard, we'll be playing a Nico and a Lorraine deck, an Ansel deck. One of the player
And
is fellow Canadian Archaelo. Always nice to see a Canadian on stream. Even better if they do well. We'll see about that.
no bias, huh?
No, none whatsoever. Nico has been so popular in Canada for some reason. Just water decks overall, but especially Nico. Most of the big players around here have been playing her one way or another.
I feel like it's
Well,
been everywhere, or at least same in Europe. Looking
yeah,
at
but
Utrecht and looking at
we were
Belgian
playing
regionals
we were playing Nico like back in the day 2 sets ago.
before it was cool.
If they're Canadians. Mostly the Toronto crew though.
Which, yeah, it's fair. Um,
Oh no, the opposite. So Archeo is actually the one playing Lorraine.
yeah,
So we do have, let's see. Well, okay, so it's not an Ansel matchup. It's pure Crux Lorraine value fire. Interesting. And then Krell's is the one playing Mill, Sylvian, Dunico, the build has been popular recently.
yeah. Yeah, the Sylvie deck, the Sylvie Nico deck is very standard. What you talked about when we went through the champions with the bovines and the ripple deck terrapins and all that good stuff. But Arcano is doing some spicy things.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how that's going to play out. It's obviously you always get a lot of value playing Crux, no matter what it is. You, nothing beats Ghost of Pendragon Ascension. Is there any big game-ending threat, or are you just going for value? Morgan, one of, is very interesting. You have Banner Knight. No, um, I'm currently blanking. What's the big fire attack? Rare Ending Flames. There's no
Yeah,
Rending Flames. So it's purely going for like a fire ally value build, it seems.
it's the good old, the reliable from back in the day. You
Way
know,
back in the day. Before I
Arcano
started playing, actually.
is an OG player. He's been playing
Indeed,
for a
indeed.
while, but yeah, he's a believer in Lorraine. He's a believer in the good old reliable oldies.
And I see
Same
he
old,
is
same old.
playing. He's playing the splash of floating memories, so your ascensions are better.
Yep.
It's
I
always
love
nice to
Ascension.
see. It's always nice to see the just a little personal touch of what other element floating memory players choose to put in their deck, because it has absolutely no impact on the gameplay. It really just shows their personal preference of what card do they put in. Same thing for what Astra and Umbra you put in your sideboard for your Dust-like Communions. Obviously, for those, people tend to go for whatever CSR they have. You gotta show off the bling, but
Bling. True.
Dungeon
It's
Guide to level 2?
oh,
We want to kill that paladin so much?
get the value. Get the value off of it. Mind
That's
that.
interesting.
It's also like you're talking about what floating memory they include in their decks. It's also interesting to see what people are not afraid of. Or like, if there's a Shadow Reaver stealing your
Mhm.
cards, some things are a lot scarier to have in your deck than others.
True. So that is 1 damage at paladin from the Dungeon Guide, and then 3 more from Lorraine, level 2 with the sword. Interesting that the retaliate went on face and not the dungeon guide. I think I would have killed dungeon guide there, but pushing damage is also quite useful sometimes. Especially since you're probably not expecting that many defensive options from the Lorraine. Fire is not known for blocking damage very much.
Yeah, I feel like fire is also more aggro than anything, so you wanna kill them before they kill you, and
Well, there you go. You get punished for not filling the dungeon guide.
Always punished, always punished. Something.
End of turn play, Fracturized Paracel. Again, all reliable value plays.
Yeah. It's what you want to see as Nico. Have have the answers. It's also I feel like as a Nico player, you're a lot more relaxed playing against fire because you don't have to think about, oh, I have to keep up 2 extra cards for everything because they might have a frostbind, or oh, I need to do this so I can play around their answer. It's just, oh, I play thing, I go do this. I keep up frostbind so they have to think about what extra cards to keep up and pay.
Yeah. Scepter of Lumina is a very good card. We'll get some value out of that very soon. Bovine will start to hopefully put some floating memories into the bin. Not a float and a float. 1 and 2 is pretty average, I think. I'm not sure how many floating he's running exactly, but half, a bit over half is what Nico's tend to run, I think. And we pass the turn with interaction in hand. I don't think Arkello is running any Regalia removal either, so while it is useful to keep 5 cards up, in this particular case, it's not required. It's
Yeah.
always, you want to be able to crack the scepter if someone tries to do anything to it.
Also just, if you're gonna level up here and then go into Scepter, it's a wonderful play. It's the Scepter immediately gets the value. And it's also funny that previously we didn't really think about Scepter's draw 2 ability,
Mhm.
but nowadays that's like the uh main thing of Scepter. Archeolo just played the fast gear for the floating memory there to get the drawn blade because Krell's influence was a bit lower. Or I believe it was 6 cards to 7 on Archeolo's side.
It's it's a
Or
double
6.
value play because you want to get the Drown Blade into the bin just to be able to bring it back with your level 3 Lorraine.
Yep.
Ooh,
Whoa.
Raccoon.
Honestly, that's what you want to see in this matchup.
Yeah, it feels really great this early into the game. And
Goofy
that's the
little buddy.
second Raccoon we see too. One got banished earlier for level up. So really ready for the matchup in the main board.
I mean, you have to be when half of the meta is just watered self-mill decks. You have to be ready to take care of their graveyard.
Is that going at the Raccoon to prevent the swing damage? In cap?
Hmm.
That
Interesting.
is a choice.
Whatever that refracting was going at must have been important.
What's 3 damage? I guess it could have been going at face. But Mill
It's
Cerulean
possible.
Decree.
Unfortunate.
So there's a float currently in the graveyard if you want to play Terrapin for the value. That is indeed the play. So you get the big 3/6.
Like, the terrapin is so big and so hard to remove.
And there's already a lot of damage on Lorraine.
Yeah, it's funny that the less aggro deck is being the more aggro deck here. Obviously the Sylvan Nico deck's point is that it can push a lot of damage early.
Mhm.
But the fact that Arcalo's fire aggro Lorraine deck has 0 damage counters on Nico is kind of scary.
And no float in the graveyard. So we will be losing 3 cards here. But probably getting all of the value back, right? There has to be like the Ghost of Pendragon in hand. We lose Reclaim, Banner Knight, and Creative Shock. I think that's the new Banner Knight from Jin starter deck. Yeah. Get the Drown Blade back, draw a card.
Oh, so nice. Back in the day when when this was the usual play. See that Arcelo did recover? Because he's on 10 damage counters, according to their
Seems to be.
counters.
Alright, so we draw from the Drown Blade. Recollect and draw. Now let's see what value Crux can bring to this game. If any.
It's he was kind of forced to level up here because his damage counters were quite high. But I wonder if he has any Crux cards in hand that made it so worth it to go
Maybe.
and force the level up here.
At the same time, you were kind of fine, right? 12 damage means you're not losing to... You could be losing to Icebound Slam, so yeah, I guess you need to. It is a safer
Yeah,
play. Maybe he just went for the safe play.
it's better to be safe than sorry.
He does have I Did See Under Fire in his deck list, so he could always be safe from that. So do you think we're leveling from Nico here? It does push some damage, but at the same time, your influence gets a bit lower than you usually like it.
Yeah.
You can always answer with cracking your Scepter in Recollect. You do have the cards for it, but no, we go for Terrafring. We again middle Serene Decree. Not the best luck here. Ooh,
Still,
Ascension.
ooh, there's a nice advantage. Still no floating in Krell's graveyard since the raccoon came, right?
Yeah, and the Bovine was killed, though. We get back the Sword of Seeking. Interesting. Normally you'd put the Drown Blade back there, right? Just to be able to draw again next turn? Water and Wind? So we will be removing one card from Krell's memory. Again, that's not helping Nico's low influence there. There's only so
Yeah,
much you can
it's
do with 5 cards in hand, right?
you can't if you want to use the Scepter of Lumina to increase your influence, you can't really do anything else.
Also prevents the level up next turn.
Yeah. Although
Well, you
I
can.
guess with the reservables, you can
Oh,
save 2 cards to influence with it, but
swing with
still very
Turtle.
limiting.
Again, that turtle is pushing damage kind of fast. There's no threats on the board still for Archeolo. Yes, the Prismatic Edge is a good card by itself, but it's not doing much just being on the board.
Yeah.
Cruxite for the Ascension and Recollect, now that you have protection from the Trinket.
Oh, the good old the nostalgia of that is great. I love to see that, honestly. There was a point in time where it was all we saw, but now it's nostalgic and feels nice. The good old Cruxite Ascension pre-recollection. Way back when that was the coolest, most efficient thing you could do in your recollection stem. Now you have a
I
whole turn in before your recollection. Crazy.
I have someone at my local who's still on Fire Merlin, so I'm still seeing that most weeks. Sadly, there's no more cards in the Nico's memory, so you could not Ascension straight again in Recollect there. Not getting the loop going. What are we
Yeah.
playing now? Ghost? It is about time to get the ghost out, right? Could be
Always time to get the ghost down.
not a ghost. Yeti's strong
Ooh.
with the raccoon, so it's not a baniRien.
Ah,
Cremation.
cremation. I feel
More
like
value.
cremation is also very good here, yeah.
Yeah. You're never sad about cremating a raccoon.
Love to draw cards.
You have as much cards in hand as a Merlin would have, and yet you're not Merlin.
Yeah. Crux. Crux is fine. Crux is still powerful and balanced, you know? Water can also have a large influence.
And yet you're pretty much one ravishing finale away from dying. But sadly,
Yeah,
the Nico does not have any floating memory, so you're safe for now. For now.
for now. Exactly. That can change very fast. One attack, 2 mils from a mil from a fractal of rain. Oh,
Le-
look at that.
Level up,
Floating everywhere.
less than thought, ravishing finale.
Go. Stratagem, triple lost in thought. Like somebody, a new trick.
Ascension. So we probably have a water in memory, right? You're still losing the no water
Ooh,
in
just
memory, and there's no
fire and
wind.
wind.
But
Huh?
there's nothing in memory for Nico, so he just wanted to kill the turtle. Interesting.
Yeah, it's gone because it's it's the weapon itself and not a spell, and it doesn't say as a spell deal 3 damage. So most
That is
reliable way to take care of the
that is pretty
turtle.
good. And the Stalwart Shieldmate, that is a very good turn for Arcalo. You went from maybe dying next turn if you're unlucky to there's nothing that Nico can do. Now you have time to build some value back and start going on the offensive.
He was kind of scared, but now he's just chilling, living his life, collecting cards, and hoping to kill soon.
What are we thinking about in the end of turn there?
Scepter of Luna. Unless they want to really maximize the value off of
Could
Scepter of Luna and level up into Nico
Frozen
and then.
Steel.
Ooh.
Frozen Steel. Interesting. Both floating memories to level up. 4 damage from Scepter. And then we'll probably crack Scepter this turn. I don't think there's much that Nico is able to do here, right? Mill
Yeah.
afloat. Let's see. Terrafree has no need to be dropped. Are we passing? That seems to be passing. We already lost a couple of refracting missiles earlier in the game, so the odds of that are a bit lower.
Yeah. I feel
Turtle,
like
the,
nothing's.
the Terrapin needs to eat the float to be able to kill the shield mate, so you're getting
Yeah.
that bit farther away from Ravishing Finale. So your options are very limited here. You might just
It's
Mage Bane Lash next turn to be able to clear the shield mate.
it's also very possibly. It feels like such a loss of value there.
We'll see how Krells decide to play this out. Meanwhile, Arcalo has the options that come from having like 10 cards in hand. And we see the ghost.
There it is.
Ghost number 1. Oh,
Spooky.
thinking about Trinket instead?
Calling in
In
the
case
Ghostbusters.
he draws Ascension, probably? Oh, or
Interesting.
maybe Krell said, wait, I have an answer. Maybe that's
Yeah,
what's
this
happening there.
they have a full hand, and Arcelo was like, "All right, on enter immediately." Yeah, force of habit. Just go for the Pendragon on enter.
And we finally start pushing damage. There's still a long way to go.
Yeah. Krell's preparing the floating memory. One of our killer has a scavenging raccoon. That would be very funny and quite unfortunate here, because Krell's is kind of oh,
Ooh,
cremation
cremation
ritual
ritual on the
on
Pendragon. So there's a
Crux
crux
Sight.
at
Crux Sight. Crux Sight, my favorite card. There has to be.
It
Or
can
else
wait,
it's
right?
don't.
Because you're not bouncing the Radiant
I
Trinket
mean,
here, right?
if you bring it back,
You're
then
fire. Ooh. That is the single
hmm.
one his deck, if I remember his deck list correctly. So we'll be cracking the Scepter in response. Might as well use that. Oh no, we're casting Frozen this. Interesting. Is it
Mhm.
really that worth it to keep your Fractal?
Probably.
I
Or
guess you're
the
not. I guess you're not hitting much else with the Frozen Dismissal anyway, so it's probably fine. It
it's
lowers your
also
influence though.
the threat of your consistent mill is very like it's not what you want. You do want to have your 1 mill a turn guaranteed because then you get to see more floating.
And we do see another floating. So now we need to find an answer for the Shieldmate before going for Ravishing Finale.
Yeah, it's Fieldmate is holding down the fort alone.
I don't think Krells is running the Tidal Cleave, right? It's fallen out of favor now that Tristan's not in the meta.
There's not many ally decks out there. Like it's not hard to clear the baby grays, and if the if the lustrous slime or the taunt slime is big enough, then it doesn't matter because you might just die on retaliation anyways.
Indeed. So we just passed the turn, ready to crack the Scepter again? Or to answer something. Hasty New Censure. Always good. Banner Knight. Now that's getting scary. You can even retaliate with your Shieldmate now.
It's true. Better I doesn't
Discard
give
faster.
attacks.
Because that faster is not getting any more value. You're like 6 cards up on your opponent. You're never getting that healing, even though you would like it.
You're just crux shenanigansing away.
And we still have 7 cards in hand? 6? 7? Two down,
There is a
another Ghost of
Pendragon.
Pendragon.
Oh,
Drawing more
Banner
cards.
Knight. Getting so much value out here.
Yeah. I remember when Caben tried to do the old his old version of the Wind Merlin list that had the Phalanx Captain too, and you just like drew enough cards that you could dump 4 buffers on board and your Ghost of Pendragons and swing for 7 with each.
I love the old Windcrux deck where you could where that is exactly what you did. Windcrux Allies was my favorite deck for the longest time. I was quite sad that it was kind of unplayable after a while. Because the meta changed so much and countered that deck
Rock
so well.
tries the sword, the lantern. What is that aimed at? Can't
This
be the
is
sword,
the
right?
this is the hard part.
It's fracturing the
Webcam
sword is
games. You
so
can't see it pointed at anything.
it's so risky because yeah, you can just Ascension in response.
Yeah.
But now he has 3 float, so he can like smoke bomb and uh ravishing finale next turn. I also saw a glimpse of an Icebound Slam in his hand.
Oh, there's all three elements. Hell yeah.
Perfect.
I mean, Krell's was very careful about not putting any cards into memory here.
Yeah.
So, and Arceolo, I'm pretty sure was prepared for that. So, he used all
Yeah,
of
but
them.
it still means you're not getting the wind effect from the sword, you know, if there's nothing to remove from memory. It's still very
But it's
scary. A lot
still,
of damage. The
yeah,
card draw.
the potential is there. Also, Frozen Quill as the water card is pretty cool. It's not a card you see often.
So we can get Smoke Bomb, Crack It, draw card, Crack Scepter, Ravishing Finale, or Icebound Slam, or whatever we want. Icebound Slam is not lethal by itself, but it's a big step there. You are getting kind of low on HP as Nico, though. Temptation's Facade. Interesting. Oh no, that's Mage Bait Lash. Okay. So Crack Scepter and Recollect, probably. First we see the mill, is what Krells is saying, I think. And we need to count the deck size. That can often be a bit of intimidation on an eco part. You know, maybe you don't have lethal. You just ask, so how many cards left? Just in case. One, two. Are we seeing Refracting Missile? Oh wait, we passed Recollect already. Okay. Krells forgot about the shield mate? Or I think Krells might have forgotten about the shield mate. Yeah, that's a concede there. Yeah, Krells has forgotten about the shield mate and used the Ravishing Finale. That is a bit sad to see.
Yeah, it's that's an unfortunate way to win a game and lose a game both. It's like, ugh, it's very very unfortunate.
All right, let's look at the sideboards and what might change in this matchup. I'm curious what Arcalo has in the sideboard since he's running in such a non-standard deck. There's a lot of cards in his sideboards, and lots of 1 and 2 ofs. Flame Sweep, you clearly won the Resolute stand, right?
Yeah, I mean it's
Incapacitate is not good enough?
I don't know, the incapacity was alright in this game. Kept if it was for the raccoon, kept the
Yeah.
raccoon alive. Drew two, you know, two cards.
Do you like the Blanc in the matchup? They're not doing much except protecting your board from the refracting missile, but sometimes that's enough, right?
Yeah, but it's I don't know. I don't feel like it's enough. I don't feel like it's worth it enough to take it out. However, this deck is already very thin, so that's why I feel like it's a bit more iffy to bring in cards that are not absolutely amazing in the matchup.
True. Apart from that, there's not much you really need, right?
Yeah,
I guess you
yeah,
could take the extra Flame Sweep. You're not mad about the extra Flame Sweep. Maybe the Meltdowns. Getting rid of Magebane Lash could be good.
yeah. I feel like the meltdowns could come in. I'm not sure about the flame sweeps because the board doesn't go that wide, and the value you get off of it is not really good enough. I feel like.
There doesn't seem to be much really of interest in Krell's sideboard either. There's the other spirit, the Spirit of Serene Water is in his sideboard. There's a Blinding Orb, but Arcalo's deck is not something that has many answers you want to disable with the Blinding Orb. Water Resonance Bubble, not relevant here. You got Frostbinds and Frozen Dismissals and Song of Frost. I think you might change nothing to your deck, right?
Yeah, it's the deck works very well as is. It's just this deck like Arkelo's deck is not a meta deck, so I feel like it's not easy to prepare for it. There aren't many allies in general right now, so going into a deck like this is kind of unexpected.
Yeah. So do you think he changed his spirit to Serene in this matchup?
Possibly. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well,
Yeah,
he did,
he did. But the recover is very powerful.
indeed. Sometimes an extra turn is all you need,
Yeah,
especially since it's not a Arceus deck is not explosive. It won't kill you out of nowhere. Just play allies on board and get value that way. So let's see what kind of value Arcelo might get out of his early turns. No float to eat for now, so Raccoon's not good yet. Hasty Messenger is perfect. Exactly what you need. Fasker is not getting any value since the Serene into Fractal start means you're never getting any value out of your Fasker. Something else? Ooh. And a Shieldmate. Alright, protecting against those early Icebound Slams.
yeah. It's safe, but it also makes Krells be able to not just make. If you're going to go all down for an Icebound Slam, then you don't have to think much about your decision, and you can't really do anything else. But if you have a Shieldmate there, then at that moment, kind of your option, you have more options all of a sudden. You can think a bit more about what you're gonna do.
And good guy Arcelo here just pointed the Shieldmate out again, just saying, don't Icebound Slam into it. Bovine, 1 damage into the Shieldmate. Are we getting Lucky Mills? Alright, so there's not quite two floating in the graveyards. Both are floating memory. Both are class bonus of a class we don't have yet. I think I saw Fracturize in hand though, so we can Fracturize the Parasol here. Or you could Fracturize the Sword. It's very good to do before the opponent can start looping the Ascensions.
Yeah.
What are we playing?
3.
Well, first off, is there a way to get rid of, well, there is a way of getting rid of the Bovine. You can always swing it with Hasty and the Sword.
Yeah. The bovine is leaving the bovine alive is a lot scarier than giving the floating memory on
Definitely,
like level 1 on Sylvie.
especially now that, Krells is still level 0, so there's no value getting there on that first turn. We are swinging at the Bovine. Let's see if there's an answer in hand. A way of protecting it. There is. Oh, no, we are ritualing it. Okay, that also works.
That works even better for Arcalo because he gets to keep the durability counter on the sword.
And we hit double floats, so that is 6 floats in the graveyard right now for Arcalo. For Krells.
Yeah.
1 to level 1 to Scepter, probably? Yeah. So also, I don't remember seeing Stratagem in Krell's list, right? There is not. He's not running any Stratagem, so nothing to be scared of there for the now 5 floats in the graveyard.
Yeah, it's a quite
6 floats.
different from it's quite different from last game. So much floating memory in
Much,
graveyard.
much better RNG here.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see a quick game 2 into game 3.
Yeah, there's still more than enough time.
You never know with water decks, you know. This new meta game is kind of slow. Kind of slow.
Paladin. All right. Probably staying up to intercept. I don't think you want to just kill the shieldmate off here. Although, maybe you do have the possibility of Icebound slamming if you do kill off the shieldmate. But no, we are keeping on the fence. 5 possible floats
Krell's
still in graveyard.
yeah, Krell's going through the all that floating memory in graveyard. Must be so satisfying after last game.
Early trinket. Saying, I'm going to be doing stuff, you won't be answering it, not this turn. Might be trying to kill the paladin in some way? That's something that's worth spending a turn to Vision Trinket for.
Yeah. Yeah. It's scary. Like Krell's is in a lot better spot than he was last game. So it's very intimidating if you're looking at that graveyard from the other side here. Although he's not even on Sylvie yet, so you don't have to be too afraid.
Yeah, Arculo has a lot of time to work with.
Yeah.
Still level 1 though, we are very far from any Crux shenanigans.
Yeah. Well,
Not
as
that
you
far
said
from
that,
any Crux shenanigans.
yeah, it's always like that. The moment you say, "Oh, something, something," it happens.
So we want to be getting that card draw from killing the paladin on level 2.
Mm.
Flame Sweep, Resolute Stand. So we did side those in, those were in the sideboard.
Yeah, you're right. They did come in. Going swinging for one.
Oh,
Presumably into the Frostborn Paladin, trying to
definitely into the Frostborn Paladin.
take it out.
Oh, and we are killing it this time. We learned from our mistakes and we won't let you cremation ritual it afterwards.
Yep.
Paladin dies, draw a card. So if you have another float to discard here, you can just level up to 3 next turn. Although
Yep.
you don't have a sword to bring back, so maybe you don't. You probably Drown Blade next turn.
Yeah, you could just take it a bit slower. Go for the Drawn Blade. Is that a Frozen Quill?
That is Frozen Quill.
But there's only one Frozen Quill in the deck. He's very certain that he can keep Krell's uh Krell's memory full.
Mm-hmm. Well, Krell's not in a position to not play anything right now, so you know you're going to be hitting those waters. So first level up to Sylvie, while becoming with 4 damage and probably a turtle.
Yeah. Sylvie's this is a great addition to this deck. But however now, if Ark can get Krells to lethal range, he will absolutely force him to level up. Oh,
Mill
not a
said turtle.
floating. Bye bye, turtle.
Something in Recollect? Oh, okay. Recollect and draw.
Nothing in Recon. This is not a real Nico turn. No whole turn before recollection. Crazy.
Well, the way the deck is built, there's not much that Krells can cast in Recollect.
That's also true.
Just
It's more down to down to normal steps.
it's allies and big Nico swings. We do get the Drawn Blade from Markelo. Maybe a second Dungeon Guide, who knows? That would be a great turn.
Yeah. It's
So if
Both players are thinking about what to do. It's no.
clearly you want to swing with the Drown Blade first, yeah.
Yep. And if you have a dungeon guide, then just go for the dungeon guide.
Yeah, you
Bring
have
it
enough
back,
cards
draw a
in hand.
card.
I mean, you could be scared of double Frozen Dismissal, but like, would you even play it as Krells? I don't think it's worth it.
They're probably better to play it on Pendragon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny that Darkello has pretty much the same amount of float in his graveyard than Krells has. Probably more right now, given the.
True. Mm, Fire is the no gamble self mill deck. You know what you're putting in your graveyard. You're not gambling on that. Ooh.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's very good.
It's such a Lost in Thought is such a wonderful card. When you play it for 0, it's just a fast float. If you play it for 1, it replaces itself. And after that, it's just pure value.
Alright, Shield Mate to block any attack. It is not Ansel, it's Spirit Ruler.
Yeah.
Right. Level up to Nico for damage
I wish it wasn't Soul.
and crack the scepter. In a
Is
way,
it the
Ansel
first
is.
time we saw Scepter crack this whole match?
He did not crack scepter last game, though. And we mill another float. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Like, Paladin killed Shieldmate, Ravishing Finale, maybe? Ravishing comes in for 6. That's 14. Uh, that's mill 28. 30
Yeah.
because of the 2 lash counters. That's not enough, but it's very close, right? I do see a Ravishing Finale in hand.
Ooh. It depends how Arkelo's deck also draws a lot of cards, so the possibility of a mill out even with such such few damage counters is there, is real.
But first we need to find a way, any way, to get rid of that Shieldmate.
Yep. That shield mate is single-handedly saving Arkelo.
Oh, Seaside
Oh,
Ringleader.
Seaside Lady Leader.
No longer giving any value, but it's still 2 damage. That's all you need to kill off the Shieldmate.
Yep. It's gone. Now the Ravishing becomes a real threat. That's a lot of floating in Arkelo's graveyard, though.
4 float?
Yeah, you can just level up.
Yeah. So what else do we... Do you go for Ravishing Finale right now? Probably, right? It's still enough
I
value that it's worth it?
it's a lot of value, and it takes out, unless Arkelo has a Cruxite in hand, it's it could be very devastating regardless.
True, a Cruxite might be... I mean, what value does the Cruxite get, right? Because if you get back
That's
a Ghost
true.
of Pendragon, you're just milling yourself 2 more.
Yeah. But it seems Krells did not go for the Ravishing, trying to instead be more
Keeping...
pace more safely.
Yeah. I guess he really wants the Lash next turn, maybe, or something?
The extra
Ascension.
damage from the lash is very good. What a surprise! Ascension before Recollection? In my Crux deck?
Fire... No wind. So draw a card from the Nico card, obviously. Fractal of Rain and Frozen Dismissal. I see a Fracturize in his hand. That damage is going
Again.
at face.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh,
So what else are we doing this turn?
scary. Yeah, do you think our kill is gonna try and go for the kill here?
Can he? How much? Like he still needs to push 31
Needs to.
damage.
Yeah, it's a
20.
lot.
I don't think he can in any way because he's not running rending either. Fracturize on the sword and it gets ascensioned again. That feels really bad. Again.
Yep.
We
Oh,
still
would
don't have
you
any
look at
wins.
that?
Another
Yeah.
is.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Well, I slam. Revitalize and cleanse in the memory. So we're not gonna see that this turn if Arcalo does go for the kill.
None of cards in hand anyway.
Yeah.
Now, I think as Okalo, you study Icebound Slam, you need to maybe think more in defensive. You can't possibly put up enough of a threat here.
Oh, he discarded a stalwart shieldmate though.
That is
Is
very brave.
hmm.
Let's see what else he's going to do. Maybe he has two. Even then, discard them. Like you don't even need the floating memory, right?
I'm fairly confident he discarded, but I could have seen like he could have discarded something else and put it on the bottom of his graveyard. But hmm. That is a break, but he is probably going for a kill then. He needs to deal 16 damage this
16
turn?
damage. And he's
That's
not running
scary.
any big swing unless he put like the Blazing Lunge from his sideboard in. Crux Sight, the Ascension. That helps a little bit. Let's see what else we can get. Did we find the win cards to help lower the memory? You could be lucky and hit the Icebound Slam. You don't know there's a Ravishing Finale in hand. We know, but
Was it? Yeah, true, right? But wasn't it revealed?
it was not revealed in memory here.
Mm.
I think we're doing a lot of math trying to see if we can find lethal. Hopefully, we
I
did not
just
forget about the Serene Spirit.
yeah, trying to push as much, but it's very easy to forget about a Serene Spirit, unfortunately.
Raccoon.
Oh, raccoon.
I guess Raccoon helps in not getting Ravishing Finale a little.
Hmm. Reading Nico, seeing when she gets the lash counters, it is indeed every time a card with floating memory leaves the graveyard. So the
That's going to
raccoon
make
is
a big Mage Bane Lash.
yep.
4 cards left in hand.
Hmm.
Do
That's two
you?
ascensions worth.
Yeah, we know there's one left. So you Ascension and then swing with the sword again?
Nice. Up, reveal,
That is 6
draw.
damage. I don't think he can find the kill this turn. Incap is in memory.
Also, there's still no wind card there, which is quite unfortunate.
We're revealing the same cards. And he's not keeping anything up defensively either.
Going all in.
He could always like resolute stand, but it won't do much against the Ravishing Finale.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
see what
not.
Krell
It's
goes for.
not even close to being enough.
So you need to, if you Mage Bane Lash, you need to pay from your memory, right? Because you need to hope you find another floating memory, either with your Fractal or maybe something you have in hand.
Yep. You can't.
TLD. Interesting. Killing the Seaside Ringleader. I guess you're really scared of taking more damage?
At this point, if Arcalo just probably is starting to play for the survival route, not really trying to kill Nico. Because as long as he can survive, he wins the game.
Yeah,
And
if you
once
survive
again,
this turn, you pretty much win.
yeah, because the moment they start another, like the moment this game ends, and Krells is the one, if Krells is the one that wins this game, it's definitely a draw. There is no time for another
Yeah, there's no
game.
time for game 2 after this. Let's see what we get. Because he doesn't have the cards for Underfire either.
Yeah, it
Blinding
is.
Orb.
Oh, forcing cards down.
But that means no Mage Bane Lash, so I guess he has enough damage anyway. I guess Arcalo is getting kind of low on deck size. Frozen Dismissal. Not useful anymore. We do Resolute Stand in response. Can Krell's double clans here? No, right? 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. No, he can't. So do you just...
Ooh. Hmm.
There's a line for waiting for clans for your opponent's turn, and that way you put 2 more down because of the trinket. But I'm not sure it's enough by itself to save your life.
Yeah, it's
There's 6 on board?
there's 6 damage on board currently. Yeah.
Arcalo can just get Prismatic Edge back in his Materialize because he has the float for it.
Yeah.
So that's threatening 6 more?
If he can Crux Sight and Ascension back and then Ascension again.
If he has another Cruxite in hand. Not that we've seen. Not yet, at least. Let's see what Krell's goes for. I think you need to play defensively here, right? You need one more turn, get Mage Bane
Mm,
Lash, and... Because I don't see a win line here. Yeah, he just passed the
yeah, it
turn.
is going to move defensive.
But again, what is enough? Because Cleanse is not by itself, I think. Healing 7 is not what you need. What else did he have?
Yep.
Fracturize? We're drawing from Drawn Blade. We're not drawing from Resolute Stand. We're healing from the Spirit.
Rep recovering back and then down to 14. He does keep the water element because of Nico. Even if he wasn't Nico, he could level up into Nico. If I was still Sylvie, he could level up.
So we know, well, Krells knows about the incap in Arcalo's hand because he saw it from Prismatic Edge, if he was paying attention.
Yep. Could be very stressful and like he could forget, So the threat is real because you're so focused on winning the game that you sometimes just don't pay full attention and you're like, oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah, sure, a lot of cards, no wind, okay, I'm fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, what do I need to do? Oh, prismatic edge. Oh, there's fire. Okay, 3 damage to me, I guess, and then it's over. Arkela has so many cards in hand. His influence is so high.
Let's see what else he will be playing. So he had not much in hand though, from what we saw, right? Except for the incap. None of it is that relevant to the game from what we saw. You know, there was like a dungeon guide and another hasty, I think. Creative shock. Flame sweep. Flame sweep is 4 cards for 2 damage. It's not exactly worth it most of the time.
It's What do you think? What do you push damage with? It
Well, a
does have
ghost is good.
allies you could just play.
A ghost does help
Hmm.
in closing out
Ghost
the
is
game.
ghost. Yeah, it helps a bit.
Is the deck running Dev Blue? I don't think so, right?
I'm pretty sure no. Nope.
There are no devastating blow. There was one blazing lunge in the sideboard. I'm not sure if he put it in. But no dev blow in the main board or the sideboard. We're seeing the
Yeah.
plants that will get incapped.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, have to, right? It's a heal 7.
Yeah, it's you have to get it. You have to incap that, or you're not there. There's no chance of winning if you let that incap resolve, or if you let that revitalizing cleanse resolve. Same for Kralls, is like he can't really win if he lets the incap resolve, but that's a different question.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the cards left to answer it.
Yep.
Did Arcalo put the incap down? There's no way, right?
There's no way he would.
Yeah, there we go.
There it is. Incap.
And that will be close to game, I think.
Okay, it gets incapped. It resolves.
So the 3 damage from Ghost of Pendragon finally comes in as that all resolves.
Yeah.
So we need to find 2 more damage on Arcalo. That's very easy to do. 4 cards left in
He
hand.
does
Pretty much
have.
anything
Yeah.
will be lethal.
He just needs one ally. Why do he just needs a flame? He
He passed?
passes turn.
What?
Not like this.
Under
Ah,
fire?
under
Okay.
fire.
So we know Krells has a second Revitalizing Cleanse.
Yeah. He has revealed it to Arcalo as well.
What else can we get out of this? The Magebane Lash also means you're a little bit safer from Ascension loops. One can still kill you, because it will kill you before the trigger from the Magebane Lash resolves, because you're already at 23.
I
But
believe
you do
Arcalo
have
has no cards in hand.
no cards left in hand, no. So we're killing one Ghost of Pendragon, trying to lessen how much damage we're taking on board. We want to play something like a Paladin into a Lance, ideally, I think.
Oh, there's a
Seaside
seaside ringleader.
Ringleader, killing Hasty Messenger.
Taking out the whole board, guaranteeing that Arcalo doesn't kill him next turn. But Arcalo has so many cards in hand.
Just like you're playing clans, healing for 7. You're at 16. You have
But
9
the,
HP.
the
9
issue is
HP is still
there's
pretty
4
scary.
seconds left. So winning after that, he can't survive for sure, but I'm not sure if he has time to win.
I'm not sure if he can survive. He can win next turn, right? He just Ravishing Finales.
Yeah,
He still
but
has it in hand.
Yes, yeah, he's playing Revitalizing Cleanse, recovering. I believe you're right about 3, 4,
I think
5,
it's 6,
6.
not
It
7.
is 7. It is 7. Ravishing 2 Icebound Slams, a Fractal Rain, a Refracting Missile, and a Chilling Touch, I think?
Refracting missiles. Yeah, chilling touch.
Sure.
So there's 5 on board.
So you're covering 7, go down to 16. There's 5
You
damage
get a
on
drum
board.
blade.
Add the Drawn Blade again. 6 damage on board. Needs 3 more.
3 more is easy to find, right? It has to be. It's just like another Pendragon.
Cruxite Ascension again.
Cruxite
Or
Ascension
another
would work.
Pendragon.
Cruxite
Alright.
Ascension would work, but you need to do it at the end, because again, if you did before, you get the healing from Mage Bane Lash.
Yeah. There's the Ascension.
There's the Ascension. And that
And
is
that
we
is
concede.
game! As
Game
we enter
2-0 from Arcalo. The old Fire Lorraine getting the win.
old but gold. It's a very, very old deck, but yeah. It managed to take it home, our first actual win of the day. Yeah, finally not a draw on
Yeah.
stream in a
And
water-filled meta.
it was not actually playing many new cards, right? The newest thing in there was Under Fire.
Yeah, it's a very like old list. It's a Frozen Quill for the water
True,
card.
true. Frozen Quill is newer. It was very, very helpful in this deck, clearly.
Yeah. Oh, Mystic Purifier. One Mystic
Oh yeah,
Purifier in
true.
there.
There was a single Mystic Purifier that got countered by Frozen Dismissal because Krells wanted to keep that Fractal of Rain.
Yeah, yeah. But that was a very long game, and I think we'll go on a quick break and then be back with you for the final round.
Hello, welcome back. We will be starting with round 4 very soon. I've heard it is a slime versus slime matchup. Maybe we'll be going to time again. Who knows with slime? It's either very fast storm slime kills or very grindy lustrous slimes facing each other and not doing anything.
Yeah, it's always a gamble. But before we head into round 4, I want to thank everyone watching. I want to thank Mitch from Merlin's Marketplace for making the wonderful graphics for the stream. I want to thank Yeti Gaming for hosting the tournaments every week. Even when we're not here casting in, I want to thank Serene Balance Productions for having us on. I would like to thank our wonderful producer for running the stream. Yeah. Thank you guys for watching as well and being here, spending your night watching people play wonderful matchups of water versus water and long games of Grand Archive. But fun. It's fun.
Very fun.
So, you want to talk about these slime decks? One of them is very interesting, I would say.
Yeah, so we have a fire slime and a normal slime. The normal slime has no sideboard. I
Yeah?
guess slime is already perfect enough. There's no need to sideboard anything. You just play more storm slimes, right?
Just play with Thor. It's perfection, you know? It's meant to be as is. It's not even like it's not an out of the box recollection. It has dungeon guides, it has blissful callings, it has Gaia's songbirds, just no sideboard.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the fire slime. Well, before we touch on the deck list itself, I want to say I'm really bothered by the fact that his champions are at the end of the deck list and not the start. Who does that?
Yeah, it's sometimes or like it's also funny when yeah, same deck list. There's normal cards, advanced element cards, normal cards, and then everything else. Like the other elements. I wish we had like a consistent formatting for deck lists because I always am like, okay, maybe alphabetical, no element, no, it's always random. I know it's impossible to have that, but man, it
Yeah.
would be great.
I see something very weird in the fire slime deck. There's 3 deflecting edges.
Oh, I heard about this deck earlier. It was mentioned that there is a deflecting edge slimes.
It's
You know,
very
it's
interesting because it's a. Did we just see a whiff from Gather Slimes as the first play of the game? And that is very sad. So we have normal slime on the bottom, quick lookout, fire slime on the top, frosty.
it is unfortunate. You know, it's not what you want to see as your first play of the game.
It always feels bad because there's only, you have a lot of slimes, especially in the normal slime deck. So Gather Slime whiffing on that is heartbreaking because it never happens. So
Yeah.
lustrous and ethereal to baby gray, we draw a card. Shieldmate. That might get cremated very soon, I suppose.
Well, that's what you want in fire, you know. Play allies and get rid of them as soon as possible for even more value.
Sometimes you want to keep those cremates just so you can crack that red slime and wipe the board. Especially
True.
against
It,
other slimes, you kind of want to get rid of that board sometime.
yeah, you do wanna push the images in a mirror more than get value.
So we banish another gather slime to get to level 1. So we are starting that slime counter. It is at 1.
Building up towards that big storm slime. In
I
fact, the Slimer collection is so wonderful and technical because it teaches you about all aspects of the game.
Oh,
Oh,
Raccoon to banish your own gather slime is such a nice play. I love it.
even more feed for the storm slime.
And we are ready to level up. Backup charger. So we are going much slower on the Fire Sylvie side.
It probably the early turns are the best time to get your backup charger out and get the backup charger out. Especially if you already have 2 allies on board. You're not
Definitely.
too pressed. One of them having taunt, the other having intercept also gives a nice wall of protection.
Now, is there a good way for Fire Sylvie to kill that raccoon to make sure the norm one does not draw from Sylvie level 2 next turn? Creative Shock will find a limitless slime to discard. That is great. Always what you want to see.
Yeah. So the value of creative shock in any fire deck is so good.
Now, are we debating if there's a way to kill the raccoon? What are we? Ooh,
There's the baby red. Get
swing
out
at
the
raccoon.
raccoon. Bye bye.
Sadly, no
Oh,
discard. Oh, deflecting,
deflecting
and we see the value early.
It's going
I guess
crazy with it.
there's always, maybe it's not the most optimal card in the deck, and yeah, you can't play Slime Shield because you're not playing Splatter Slime, but there's always a lot of value into playing a card that the opponent just won't see coming because it's not usually ran in the deck. That surprise factor means you can get some very good plays like here that would not be possible otherwise.
Yeah.
Terrifying from the norm player. I guess you want to protect whatever slime you're playing so you can just pass. Interesting. Are we going to see a fast speed baby green at end of turn? Maybe removing that power cell?
Probably because it's that's the most amount of value you can get here, and it's guarantees that you get the card draw. When in going up against fire slimes, the damage can build up very quickly.
It is not
So
100% guarantee. You can always see a slime eruption just to kill the baby green.
true. In response, a lot of shenanigans can happen. Are there any slime cards in the graveyard? There is the slime eruption. It's gone.
Number one, at least. Who knows if there's more?
Also true. Also true.
Oh, Slime Shield is what is used to level up. Okay.
Hmm. Okay, I guess. Not a bad play, slowing down the damage there. Paying 3? 3? I believe it. Yeah, 1. Paying 2. Oh, we're Blissful
One
Calling
Blissful
first.
Calling.
Picking up the perfect amount of cards.
I see another
All the
deflecting edge that will go to the bottom.
bye
No more
bye.
shenanigans.
Gone. So sad. I believe it's only 3 deflecting each.
Academy Guide? No, Base Collar? No, what is that? There's so much. No,
It
that
is
is
an
an
Academy
Academy
guide.
Guide. It's playing
It's a
Academy Guide. I did
boxed
not see that on
Academy
the list.
guide.
And it's well protected because of that shield mate.
Yeah, and it's a big girl as well.
2/4 is very hard to clear.
Yeah, and the especially with no board currently, it's quite scary. Well, Frosty has a significant board,
USG.
and things in the graveyard he can use to level up for free. Actually, even if the Academy Guide goes away, he does have 2 floating memory.
Indeed. All things not going too well for Quick Lookout here.
Yeah.
Sylvie is very Feast of Famine that way, in that if you don't have that good level up path, you get stuck playing stuff, which means you have fewer influence, so there's even fewer good level up paths. And meanwhile, Frosty is doing the usual Sylvie lines.
He doesn't need to use both floating here because of the Academy Guide. Did Frosty just pass the Quick Lookout and did Quick Lookout pass back to him that he's leveling up from the floating, or did I miss something? Because I just saw him attack with everything, and then wake up and level up.
Quick Lookout just passed. He went QSG and pass.
Huh, interesting. Hang 1 to level up to Sylvie 2 drawing card. Academy Guide and Sylvie 2 together is just incredible value.
Indeed. So we're saying 2 to be able to cycle a card. Another Limitless Slime.
That means level 3, if the Academy Guides arrives, is coming very shortly.
Probably not swinging with anything else. Another baby gray slime.
There's oh, 2 ethereal slimes.
That's going to be very scary next turn. He's also not... The Bestial Frenzies have been falling out of favor. They would be very great for Quick Lookout here, but he's not playing any. Yeah, he's not.
Yeah.
That's the kind
The
of
mirror
board
is
that will
also becoming...
That's the kind of board that will get very hard to clear.
True, but the fact that slimes is slowly falling out of favor and there are not many ally decks, it's also makes it kind of a very edge case, right? You hope to draw better than your opponent when
Ooh.
doing this.
Cake. Okay. So Boots will protect you against Storm Slime, but you know there's 2 Ethereals on the other side, so like that's not even what you should be scared of. Right, baby
The
great
thing
card.
is with Boots is also that because Quick Lookout doesn't have too big of a board, it's, you know, even if he builds it up, it's not that hard to clear that one slime. So if the Storm Slime card does come,
You need to
yeah,
clear.
it's not that hard.
You need to crack your boots in response to your baby gray dying, but then Frosty can just not play a Storm Slime, and then you lost him.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it immediately goes for the boots, so
Alright.
you can just play the ethereal here and not care about the boots being banished.
Yeah, and
'Cause
come in for a lot of damage.
yeah. Intercepting 1. It's, or unless he directly attacks
He directly
the
attacked,
baby
clearly.
gray. Yeah. Oh.
So most of the allies in the graveyard were floating memory and were used to level up, so we're not close to a guy's blessing.
Yeah. However, we might not even need it with the amount of allies on board and with the ethereal coming in. With the Sylvie level 3 ability, it gets 2 additional buff counters, and then the on enter doesn't get an additional. That's 5.
That is
Getting
5. That brings him to 17.
the baby gray 18. One more. It's not that hard. He has other ethereal in hand.
Yeah, that is pretty much game. Even another Slime Shield not necessary. Yeah, he had.
Oh, that hand is rough.
Oh, he had nothing.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is very unfortunate.
That is the issue with slimes. Sometimes you just can't level up.
Yeah. So
Well, that went faster than most of our games today.
I think that was our fastest game today. Want to look at, I would say, sideboards, but Quick Lookout has no sideboard. So let's see.
I had not noticed that before, but Frosty has Verdant Scepter in the sideboard. He did not mainboard it. He preferred the Viridian Protective Trinket instead.
I mean, I feel like in the current meta game, you absolutely want that Verdant Scepter. Holy, Verdant Scepter is a great card, but I don't feel like it has that many uses. Or like it's very good in specific matchups if they draw out for long enough. But I wouldn't say it's a generically good card that you want to see in every matchup. Of course, it's always good if you are using it for ethereals. Like for that, it's amazing and it's better than Viridian Protective Trinket. But it's not. I never really felt like it was an amazing card in my deck unless the matchup went on for very long.
Indeed. Otherwise, Nullifying Mirror is not useful. Safeguard Amulet is probably not useful. The 2 Luster Slime might go in, might not. Resolute
It's okay. It's
Stand,
good.
probably not useful. And Mystic Purifier is not useful in this matchup, so not much will change in this deck, in either deck, but Limitless turn 1.
Oh, starting off strong.
The only sad part about it is that the Floating Memory is also a class bonus, so even if it dies turn 1, you don't have that clear level up. It has to wait.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but once you're level 1, it's kind of easy from there. Like it's great in and out of the graveyard.
Frosty is hesitating a lot. I guess he has a very bad starting hand.
Either very bad or a very good in terms of options. Because he might be hesitating on what do I want to lose, what do I want to keep, because he has to make a play here. Can't really do
Maybe.
nothing. But
I saw
risking
a
losing something good
cremation. Is that a dungeon guide?
is
Creative Shock?
creative shock. Hmm. Slow speed creative shock. You might be right that it's not a great hand here. Discarding a stalwart shieldmate.
That helps early, but if there's nothing to play after you level up, it's not much better, right?
True, but he might have something to play, but he's just waiting to level up until he plays it.
On a baby. That
Well, we're
has
going for
to
the
have been freshly drawn, right? I think that's freshly drawn.
either that or it really might have been that he wanted to guarantee that he has the floating in graveyard before committing too many cards to memory.
Maybe.
Because leveling, you really do want to push and level up as soon as possible in this
Are
in
we
this matchup.
deflecting edge again? No, we let the
Like,
baby girl die.
but there is a deflecting engine hit possibly because he did hesitated.
Could have been a very nice bluff, but I'd be surprised. There's probably a deflecting in hand.
It's been a long day for everyone. Both these players are already having a draw as well, so I believe that yeah, they could be tired.
And the second shieldmate. That is a weird starting hand. I can see why he was weird about what to play.
Yep.
Lose a raccoon.
Unfortunate banishment here. The raccoon
Yeah,
would be so good in this matchup.
with the shieldmate especially, because sometimes you don't want to give too many slimes and banish to Sylvie. But if Sylvie has a non-slime float, that's so good to hit.
Yeah, fire. It's a lot better against fire slime than in a norm slime mirror.
Mhm.
Or I guess prismatic slime because they play all kind of slimes.
Baby
Ooh.
green with no value whatsoever.
Interesting, not
Oh,
waiting for the level 2,
no,
but
no, he's stealing the shieldmate and then he's going second raccoon and eating both the shieldmates, right? No, not even.
huh. Leveling. Okay, for 1 second, for like half a second, I thought that he was banishing from memory for the Sylvie level 1. Didn't see him flip that shieldmate so fast. Or rotate.
So
Huh.
quick lookout probably doesn't have much in hand either. If the only thing he could play was the baby green.
Yeah. It's But players having a bit of an unfortunate hand here, it seems like. A normal red slime.
It's okay, but at the same time, it's not doing anything for a bit, so it's a very slow play.
Yeah, that's the only issue with the previous Storm Element slimes is that most of them are, due to their pride requirement, a bit too slow.
Mm-hmm. It also feels bad for Frosty not being able to kill the BB green.
Yeah,
No, it's just a 2/2 on board, and you can do anything about it to prevent the card draw from the opponent.
yeah. However, he does have a beast on board, so if he doesn't level up next turn but instead goes for the backup charger, he could draw 2 off of the Sylvie level 2 on enter. Ooh.
That was interesting as a play, but now that your opponent is level 3, I think you have to rush
Yeah,
to level up yourself, otherwise you'll.
I do agree with you.
We lose a Songbird and a Baby Red. So Storm count is at 3.
It's always interesting to see how these uh how every player keeps their memory and such.
Mm-hmm.
It's so unique to their playstyle and their personality.
And at the same time, it changes a bit on webcam. Some players have to make
Yeah.
concessions to fit everything on camera.
Yeah. The webcam life.
I think what changes the most is where people keep their champion. Quick look out here, keeping it in the back near the material deck is the first time I see that.
Yeah. Yeah, I always see it in the front. In the front it very much varies exactly where it is, but it's always in the front. Seeing it in the back it's it's interesting. Like not weird, just a
Yeah,
bit
different.
confusing. Yeah.
So Verdant Scepter is the first thing we eat with the ethereal here.
Yeah.
In the slime era, I tend to go for horns first, I think, or storm scale, depending on what I have in hand. Because I
Yeah.
feel like the slime
I
matchup can be grindy enough for Scepter to be good.
yeah. I think it's probably Stone Skill is the more generically better first banishment because with the one cost, it oftentimes is not worth the cycle, especially in a mirror match where you need as many allies as you can get.
Mm-hmm. So we kill the red slime.
Oh, that means
Then there's the undead trigger.
the Gudu get the on death trigger,
Oh, really? Just
which
sacrificing the
clears the
ethereal like
whole
that?
board.
That's interesting.
Yeah. There was little to no value off of that ethereal. Ah, Storm Slime
That's
immediately.
pretty good. Honestly, I might I might have played the songbird first, so it dies, so you're closer to that guy's blessing.
Hmm.
It's a line to consider.
It definitely is, but I feel like he wants more slimes rather than just generic uh generic animals and beasts in graveyard. Interesting to level up here in fire slimes to level 2 without any animals or beasts on board.
Yeah, but we
Missing
know
out
we know
on the
he has the
value.
we know he has a lot of advanced elements in hand, so he needs to get there, right?
True. His hands are kind of forced here.
Because if you stay level 1 against a level 3 Sylvie, that's quite scary.
Yeah. Especially with a storm slime in hand. And he can definitely do some shenanigans. He can play a baby red slime next turn and then guarantee to have a slime engrave for the Gaia's blessing.
Dungeon guide, alright.
There's a dungeon again. Most likely keeping the ethereal in hand to go for the guaranteed and reliable kill. Ooh, deflecting edge and cremation.
Alright, so storm count is pretty low.
Yeah, that's the only I think that's the biggest drawback of playing fire slimes instead of normal slimes is that your slime count is so much lower. So storm slime is not really a good end game option
Yeah,
or like a
unless you
good
get
finisher.
very lucky with your floatings.
Yeah.
So what will we eat here? Is it the scepter too? The stone
What
scale
we
band?
It would
We
be
eat
interesting.
the
There's a
band.
slow scale. It would be interesting to bring in Scepter just to banish it with ethereal slime.
I mean, you're bringing it anyway because you're not using the Viridian Protective Trinket, right?
True, yeah. But then
I
using it
guess
as the first banishment is a bit goofy.
Airfrang?
I feel like people who have the Revelfest Terrafring are much more likely to play Terrafring than people who don't have the Revelfest Terrafring. Just a
That's a fair
hunch, you know.
observation.
All the Terrafring we've seen today are Revelfest versions, and I don't believe everybody has one of those, you know.
Mm-hmm. Not everyone has a judge play mat either.
Very true.
Second ethereal. Not that great
Bit
when there's a
smaller this time.
bigger. Yeah, there's a bigger ethereal on the other side. That's a bit scary.
Yeah.
Banish stone scale. Oh, slime eruption to finish off the ethereal. There you go. You are
It's
safe
gone.
ish.
Yep.
That also means, however, that you are quite far from Gaia's Blessing now.
Yeah.
And given
It's
that you're at 3 cards in hand, you're very far from all your value lines. Your Storm Slime, though, is getting pretty big.
the storm slime is just naturally growing, yep. And you don't mind the missing out on the banishment of the Gaia's blessing. Like from the Gaia's blessing that much if you just naturally fill up your banishment with slimes.
Gaia's Blessing
Oh,
less for the banish value and more for the honestly,
reveal.
I think just hard casting a Gaia's Blessing might be the line here. You have a float in the grave.
True. And it's a slime, so you can,
Yeah,
still get value off of it.
I think that might be the line.
Very true. This is a very strong line. So there's another red slime. This time being able to attack.
Slowly racking up that damage, getting ever so closer to be able to just kill with Storm Slime. Still a
Yeah.
bit away, but
He
Horn
needs a
is
slime
skull.
eruption to flame the banishment. Oh, here no Horn of Beast calling. That is also like not a bad play. Still, it's
If
a
he has like
mini Sylvie.
Yeah, if he
Sylvie
has like
Cree.
double Storm Slime in hand, it could be very scary.
Yeah. I think in general it's also quite scary. Just
Storm Storm count is at what, like 6 right now?
a lot.
We do crack it or
Oh,
not?
hesitation. Trying to. There it is. There's a storm slime. We'll soon find out how much it is.
Actually wanting to pay for it so you have something to banish if it ever dies.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I saw 6.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's more of a
Covenant
when
of
it
Storm.
dies than an if it dies. Because if the covenant goes on the baby red slime, it's certain that it dies.
It goes on the red to wipe the board.
Yeah. No more attacks.
Big
Baby
reset.
red slime is very interesting in this matchup. It's a very strong card.
Yeah. So we discarded a Dungeon Guide and a Slime Shield. Storm Slime, count up one more. There's 3 animal or beast in the graveyard. The songbird, the ethereal, and the slime. The storm.
That is enough for Gaia's blessing.
Not yet. We're missing one more.
That is almost enough for Gaia's blessing.
But there's
One
also
baby
a
red
lot.
and it's done.
Yeah, there's also a lot on the other side, right? He could get his blessing this turn, I think.
Yeah.
There's the baby
True.
gray. There's
There is a
2
lot,
red.
but it is a fire deck after all, so there's a lot of non-slime related cards in there as well. Or like not animal beast related cards in there as well.
So we crack the horn and cast what for free? I saw a baby. That
A
is a
baby
baby
red.
red.
It's not a beast, so it does not get discounted, unfortunately. On attack,
Discard
discard.
Raccoon.
There's one.
Horn of Beasculling only reduces
Uh,
beast.
Horn
So
of Beast Callings.
unfortunately, we don't get the discount, but we do get the Gaia's Blessing. Sadly, no value from it this turn, but we'll start to get something from that soon. Boots.
It's for protecting from another storm slime.
Eventually, you still need to keep. There we go. Same thing. The 4 banish for
It
Gaia's
is.
Blessing.
Yeah, but except it is for slimes this time.
And that is the only 4 slimes in there.
True. Oh,
King.
that is unfortunate.
King with no targets.
Ooh, not being able
No
to
way
pay
to
for
pay
that
for it.
additional cost.
So you need to play
So
something on board to activate those boots.
yeah. Though you're not, I wouldn't be too scared of a storm slime here as Frosty because based on that Horn of Beast calling last turn,
True.
there is none. Of course, you can always just draw the storm slime, but the odds of that are
Oh,
not
a
great,
storm sign of our
especially seeing
own.
the baby gray on top.
So 4 damage at face. And I guess you just kill the baby?
Or just a tiny. Yes, if he doesn't care
With
for
face.
those 2 cards in memory, and if he wants
Yeah,
to just cycle them, it is
that's
better
fair.
to
That's
attack
fair.
for face. Yeah, and
2
it's
SDG.
also a good threat of like, okay, you kill the storm slime, but I get value off of it. Ooh, that is an unfortunate top deck there.
Clearly under the grill we have Covenant of Thorns. Could be boots. Ooh, second Storm Slime. So he did have one in hand, he just chose not to play it. He wanted to get that guy's blessing.
Yeah.
So
Debating
crack
whether
boot.
to use the boots now or not. Because
Yeah.
using the boots will force the storm slime to go to the storm slime.
Okay, so that was aimed at face and just cancelled with the boots.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I wanted to storm. Oh, okay, I
Okay.
wanted to storm slime. That's interesting.
Interesting indeed. There's one. There's a slime eruption. And a baby gray on top. Slime eruption is pretty good here. Although there still isn't many slime cards in banishment. But the slime
I
kick is unlikely to be played here.
I don't think you want to play the slime eruption just to keep slimes in your graveyard for the Slime King, right?
Yeah, true. You want to guarantee that you can play it. Slime King is definitely not one of the cards you want to see after you just played Gaia's Blessing for its alternative cost.
Definitely not. So next turn you cast Baby Gray, you kill the Baby Red. I guess you don't want to kill the Storm Slime.
Yeah.
He is. He is using the Storm Slime. Interesting.
Hmm. Okay. He wants to get that count up.
So he has another
Banishment.
Storm Slime in hand?
It is interesting. It is definitely a play.
Heart of
Oh,
Beast
okay.
Calling will get
Tornabee's calling
the
from the thing. Going up in slime count, gambling on the top deck.
lethal second Storm Slime, but there is something under the Quicksilver Grail too.
Aw. He can go Hornabee's calling, try to creative shock. Oof.
Limitless.
It's going. It's going. He can gamble for with the creative shock. See if he
Playing
draws.
just playing Limitless is interesting, right?
But I feel like because Limitless is an animal. I feel like you miss out on a lot of value. There's a storm.
A
Twilight
Twilight.
slime. Oh, he
Interesting.
didn't have enough cards for.
And
Oh,
another
another
Twilight.
Twilight. It didn't have enough cards for creative shock. I didn't quite catch it. I thought he had just enough cards for him. He does play the Twilight slime.
Okay, so we know he's out of anything useful in hand. So he could. Do you clear the board here? Do you go face? Clearing the board seems to be his thing. Do you kill the Storm Slime here?
Uh,
Because giving extra cards
hmm.
to. Well, not extra cards, but digging deeper.
Yeah, letting him cycle. It's it's more early game cards there.
He's
Oh,
cycling
there's
the
the storm
exact.
slime. Yeah,
Oh,
but the
wow.
storm slime is kind of useless with the Twilight slime on board. And quick lookouts top decks were not the greatest.
I think you just play
Ooh,
the baby gray here. You have something to trigger the boots if need be. You block an attack. You dig deeper for. Or he's just aiming at the Twilight Slime.
yeah. Huh. And the Twilight slime does just die there. And I was right. There were enough cards for the creative shock because the baby gray was also in hand still.
He
Ooh.
kept the Radiant Protective Trinket. Interesting.
Hmm. I guess for gather slimes,
Maybe, yeah.
so there is definitely no recovery.
Tariff Ring gets cracked.
Hmm. The Flipping Edge
More.
is a great card when you think about it in a mirror because it an ethereal slime with the unenter buff is attacks for 3. The
Mhm.
storm slime attacks for free for 3. Every other slime, the red slime attacks for 3. So
Yeah, 3 can be pretty good. We see, however, more unplayable cards from the top deck. Those Gaea's Blessing have not been doing a lot this game on either side.
there is the next Twilight slime. I wonder if he's gonna use it to kill the storm slime, cycling through even more.
He can't attack. He needs to pay 2
Oh
for it.
yeah, yeah,
The Tariff Ring.
he does have the Terrafring was banished this turn. Escape
Eh,
the wreckage. Hmm.
That's decent. You can use it to bring your Storm Slime back.
If it
Kind
doesn't
of.
die this turn,
If it doesn't die this turn. But
which is I feel like it's unlikely that it'll survive. I wouldn't I wouldn't bet on it. Yeah, there's the baby red.
interesting. So you reset the board. You swing Storm Slime into Twilight and Baby Red into Baby Gray.
Possible? It's a battle of the top decks, right? Whoever sees the next Storm Slime
Frosty
is
still doesn't have the elements to cast Slime King. Because
yeah, he did.
Twilight in the Grave.
Yeah, he did banish the Storm Slime earlier.
So we do kill the Twilight, but there's no retaliation? Frosty not wanting to give that extra dig to Quick Lookout.
I mean, we know that Quick Lookout's cards are the cards in his hand are not the greatest. Like it's a Baby Gray and a Forest Cake, which are great cards early game, but when you're this deep in, it's kind of oh. Hmm. That I'm not sure if that's legal.
Not quite legal, but
it's a hmm.
interestingly, Academy
A
Guide is
material
castable.
deck card. They are because you can preserve cards, so your main deck cards can get into your material deck.
Yeah.
So one being in there is definitely illegal, but the other way around, it's an interesting problem to have. It doesn't happen too often.
We are casting the Academy Guide just to dig one deeper.
Because if that were a Storm Slime, it would have been enough.
Well, there is still the boots on the other side. And whatever is under QSG, probably Covenant of
True,
Thorns.
there is. Well, if that was, then he still could pop the boots. Like even if Frosty went to clear the board, he could pop the boots in response. But then Storm Slime next turn, so Quick Lookout would still need to find the kill next turn. The lustrous slime on top. If the lustrous slime came out, it would it would it would basically force Frosty to only be able to win, to draw the force. So Storm Slime.
And
So
there's
he
two defensive Regalias on board. Yeah,
yeah.
we are not casting the Lustrous Slime.
Which is interesting, especially
Yeah,
on such high damage count.
I think I would have gone for it.
Yeah. What is Quick Lookout attacking the
Face, maybe? No, killing
Base
the
has the attacking face here is dangerous because that gets Frosty one card closer to being able to play the King Slime. Which on its own might not be enough, but it bringing back 4 slimes is 4 damage at least. And if it's 2 Twilight Slimes, then your Storm Slimes are completely shut off. Until, of course, you take them out. So, like you kill the Twilight Slimes through combat. 3 down for Limitless.
Is actually very hard to deal with here, right?
It just keeps on growing.
There's nothing on Quick Look outside that can deal with it.
Yeah. But it is a very straightforward attacking, like, combat slime. So a Delustrous would kill it. Oh, Covenant of Thorns.
Finally
Onto
showing
the
its face.
Storm Slime?
Might be onto the Limitless.
The Limitless itself.
So it
So it's
can
just an
never... Because
endless
Limitless
loop
can
of
never kill itself. You need to swing with
yeah.
something else.
Oh, Baby Green.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's
That's
it's not
very
bad.
good.
Um, loop the Forest King? But that means he wouldn't play the Lustrous Slime this turn.
It might be used to save the Covenant if Frosty tries to kill the Limitless? Okay, we are suppressing the Forest Cake for that extra card draw. A second Baby Green. That's actually pretty good, right?
Hmm?
That goes at the Baby
Depends
Gray.
on what you think of as good. He
I
does
can
get to
do
dig deeper.
it can do a lot of things. A deflecting edge on the Baby Green on the Baby Gray to save it. Interesting. Yeah, there's a single element of slime in the graveyard. Will be two with the Baby Gray. Does not retaliate
Oh,
to kill the Storm Slime.
slowly getting there.
So end of turn, Kick
What's
comes
rough
back.
here is even if Frosty draws the Storm Slime because of the Covenant of Thorns, it's not much he can do.
Yeah, there's no way right now for him to deal with the Limitless currently on board. His own Limitless currently on board. He's also not finding anything that would allow him to cast the Slime King. We know there's still two a Escape the Wreckage in Quick Lookout's hand. So that at some point will mean you threaten another Storm Slime hit.
Yeah. Oh, the Limitless slowly growing and attacking itself, hitting itself in the face.
It's still relevant to grow it in case you can deal with Covenant of Thorns later on in the game, right? Oh no,
Yeah?
it's throwing at the it's throwing at the Storm Slime. Interesting.
Huh. Oh. Oh.
Oh, that is rough.
The game. It might be coming to an end soon. 1-1. Yeah, we'll be going into game 3 again.
Yeah, there's really not much that Frosty can do here, right? He's going to be Storm Slime for like 8 next turn. Plus the swing, he doesn't have a blocker anymore. That is pretty much game. That
Yeah.
that folks is why you're careful making sure your opponent can dig with their Storm Slime. That's why you don't kill it sometimes. And yeah, that is a concede, it seems. We will be
Yeah,
going to game
going
3.
into game 3. Ah.
15
All
minutes
the
might be
games
enough.
today.
15 minutes might be enough. It took 11 for game 1. Probably no more sideboard changes, just a quick shuffle and go to game 3.
And, it's not much thinking. I feel like it did that in the current meta. Not having a sideboard is probably kind of a blessing because you already think so much about what to keep up, how many cards to play, what to
Uh,
do, how to play your turn. It's like no sideboard just means I move on. I
it
get two
does
minutes
help.
of rest.
It does help in making the games, well, the between games go faster, so maybe you don't time out at the end. Maybe that's the real strat for webcam events. No sideboard, it just goes to game 2.
Yeah. Hmm. It's since we're going on to game 3 of our 4th round of the first Yeti online stream of the year.
Let's see if someone has a break of a starting hand again.
Oh, it's a 3 down?
Yeah, one of those was a cremation ritual. Ooh, Academy Guide.
Academy guide.
And
Passing turn.
there's probably a deflecting edge in there to protect it, right?
Yep.
Let's see how that game starts. Blissful Calling, always good.
Yeah. You'll have to see that. You can it's incredibly hard to whiff that. But it's hard to whiff a gather slimes as well, and we saw that happen game 1.
Yeah, there's a couple more hits in the deck for Blissful Calling than Gather Slime, like the Raccoons. But still. We will be playing the baby. That's interesting. I guess if you swing and no, you don't have. So the retaliate, and then we see a slime shield, which means the academy guide will. No, you just what?
Just that it wasn't a the cast bonus isn't active, and the slime baby red slime was a
What was the
2-1.
goal of that?
Probably to see if they will retaliate or not. To
Or you
attack
just
the baby
really,
green
really
into.
wanted to kill the academy guide? Okay, sure, that's interesting. We see the backup charger, not lost in the deck this time.
And the backup charger coming out early again, like in game 1.
You have times, right? Your opponent just used 2 cards to kill your dungeon guide, your academy guide. You're safe.
Yeah. I I don't think you mind that particularly.
And then what will we see to actually advance game state?
Just
The
3 for
reveal limitless,
the limitless.
right? We're killing the baby green. Oh, walking back. Creative.
Drawing 2.
He wants to discard the limitless.
Yeah.
No, discarding a red.
Bread? Interesting.
And then
Playing the
limitless.
limitless. Okay, the card count, the influence does count, just come out. Uh,
Okay, that's
Still, yeah. It's not
interesting.
better.
We level up to 1. Kind of a low hand size, though, on quick look at part. Clearly, you have to clear the limitless this turn. It helps. You don't want to keep stuff on board. Try, hopefully, to deny those draw from level 2. Another.
Yeah. Ooh,
It
baby green.
deals with the parcel that might be value in the end. If Frosty ever draws this turbocharge, but.
And we haven't
And he
seen it
does
yet,
that.
so the one-offs.
So we are banishing Twilight Slime to level up. What else is left in there? The only card I remember seeing from his hand is Cremation Ritual. I think I see an Ethereal there from the edge of the screen. Doing some math.
Math is hard.
Creative. He's cutting another Limitless. so he can level to 2 for free next turn. Free-ish.
What he needs is another slime, or yeah, I was gonna say or baby green, and then I realized it is fire slime, so he cannot really.
Academy guide
Yeah,
would
really
be
have the
pretty
baby
good,
green.
right? Swings for 2, kills the
Yeah.
baby green. Baby gray
It's
also works.
it's flashing that ethereal, flashing the baby red. Seeing that, see, I have endgame.
And we do still have 2 cards in hand. We can still protect the baby gray with the deflecting
That's
edge.
the spicy deflecting edge tech,
See,
blocking all the slime attacks.
it doesn't need to be there. It's just the threat of it.
The threat.
You
It's a
know,
control deck.
I'm playing deflecting edge.
It's the secret water slime stick, and it's actually just an extra slime shield, but cheaper.
It doesn't buff your slime though.
Cheaper until it's like the same cost. It doesn't buff your slime, but you can use it on level 0 and 1 to protect your slime still, while keeping only 2 cards in hand. While slime shield is level 2 plus, so you have to put in quite a bit to discount it.
It's really just a concession you make playing fire.
Yeah.
Alright, so you don't clear the baby gray, so Frosty will be drawing here.
That's what Frosty likes to see. His field is untouched. His graveyard is untouched. He just levels up, draws a card. Finally, the influence grows. Lots of cards in hand.
Not cracking the Terrafring. Not that it would protect your baby gray, really.
I think the board is really not big enough right now to waste it. Also, just pretty to look at. You know, if it's as long as it's out there, it's
Yeah,
very
exactly.
threatening and it's a very pretty card. So you don't want it to get lost under all the slimes in banishment that you have to count anyways because of your storm slime.
That's why you split your banish into 2 piles for your regalias and your non-regalias. Also makes it easier to get back at the end of the game. Not shuffle your backup charger into your deck. 2 slimes off of Dungeon Guide, they're pretty good. And then we're seeing the ethereal, probably.
Oh, oh. There's a stone skill band. Checking the graveyard to see if there's ample slime cards in there, ample allies to get the Gaia's blessing later, or the Slime King
Ooh,
if he has
escape
it
the
in hand.
wreckage to save the baby
Oh,
gray.
interesting play. I mean, understandable, but it's also there's so much damage coming in after that.
Yeah, not like you have much of a choice either. Means leveling will be pretty bad. Oh, a storm slime too. That's a lot of damage very fast.
Oh, yeah.
And still 5 cards influence.
Yeah. Deflecting edge in hand. That's what you want to see. 2 cards, keeping it up.
Ready to save the ethereal.
Yeah. Oh, you wanna take care of my ethereal? No. Oh, storm slime? Don't mind
Oh,
if I do. Ho ho ho.
storm slime dungeon guide. Rough.
Oh, that's rough.
That might be game right there. If that was the only dungeon guide, that's pretty much over.
Yep. Apparently, there's another dungeon guide. If there was, if he was willing to banish one like that.
Well, he was hands down, and it's not like he could not level up. So yeah, that was the only dungeon guide.
Oh, the revealing. Okay, baby
Unless you
baby
draw
Gray
you
is
draw
not
dungeon
enough.
guide here, do you top deck the dungeon guide?
Oh, there is That is not enough.
Yeah, like you don't
He has to clear
die.
the whole board
Terra's Ring helps
to
with
be safe.
surviving a little bit, but you're still at just 22 HP.
Yeah, he's gonna be a few off because if he pops Terrafring, he can only attack with 3 allies. So he can take out the baby gray and then go attack him with everything else. Oh, he let the baby gray die.
Yeah,
Unless he
again,
just doesn't have the thing. Unless he doesn't
he,
have the
he just
deflecting
he
edge.
just shuffled his hand ominously, saying, "I have a deflecting edge. I'm not using it."
Well,
So that's
surely
probably not a defensive thing. I don't think he's sideboarded End of Red Inceptors, so there's Horn of Beast calling left probably.
surely it's an offensive card in there. You know, to try and push damage, not run out of time with 1 minute left on the clock.
Swinging with the Storm Slime first, saying, "Please retaliate." He
He
won't.
did. He did, in fact, not retaliate. Cremation ritual
Oh,
on the
making
storm
a Storm
slime.
Slime.
Holy finishing. All right.
One more slime from there, and an
Drawing
Academy
one,
Guide.
drawing two,
And then drawing two more from Cremation
and
Ritual.
drawing one, drawing two. Does he hit the other storm slime? Does he? There's Heart of
Horn
Beast
is
calling.
calling.
Maybe
Paying
maybe
from
he did get the
memory.
storm slime and
The
deflecting
deflecting
edge.
edge. That was indeed in hand.
Banishes it. Draws a card. There's the storm slime.
Storm Slime?
That is
One,
6.
two, three, four, five, six. Storm Slime for
And he
6.
does have 4 in hand still to attack with both slimes. That's 26, 29 damage. Hell yeah.
To swing for a game.
Fire
And that
slimes.
is GG. Fire Slime beats Norm Slime.
Fire slimes is just better.
Oh, there was
More card draw
there was
potential.
a second Dungeon Guide in hand. Quick Lookout just chose not to use it.
It's pretty interesting, you know. It's playing it a bit slower was probably not the play looking at how it ended, but you know,
Probably
was
not given the threat that a 5/5 ethereal is on board, but
yeah, it was, but it also didn't really have anything. Um it was a very, very long game, but it was a very long day for all of us. I think we already have our 1-4-0 for the day. Congratulations to Kildis.
yes, that we
Thank you for
saw
being here.
in round 2. Watermelon.
Yep.
Congrats.
Yeah. Do you have any closing words you want to share?
Well, except for thanking everyone for watching and thanking everyone that played Watermelon because it's fun to finally see that favorite deck of mine being played. That's pretty much it. Hopefully everyone has had fun watching or playing, and will continue playing more Grand Archive in the future. So